What? He just pushed me down? What the fuck? All according to Keikaku. Holy. What's this guy's endgame? Oh, G2 and... Sorry, not G2. GX and Fnatic are playing right now, huh? Okay. I'll be leaving then. Ew, 48 kg. The Migi. Good thing I got my graceful outfits. Oh. Dude, the desert loves their fucking hallucinations. Enakhra. Info fit for my lord. Samurai? Ooh, blood spell. Oh my god. Avaraka? Savarak? Level 1 skeleton? I don't know about that one. Yeah. These are some short cutscenes, huh? Ammo bolt. Oh, it fucks with granite! Oh no, I dropped it! No! I thought I didn't need it, bro. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, did it despawn? It might have despawned. Oh no. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. I'm going back up. Oh, Shiba. Okay. $38 buckets. Holy. Alright. We need quite a few. We need 10k buckets, by the way. Which would translate to 500,000 gold. And a little bit more. Because I have to actually buy the buckets too. Alright. Stonehead. Not again. Are we gonna get another vision? Oh, okay. Penton. Moderate. Did I cast Earth Blast or Earth Bolt just now? My bad. We did it! God bless the wiki. What the fuck? Fuck off. He didn't care. You just noticed? Ook, thank you. That's it? We're done? Whoa! That's cool.
Quest completed.
Okay. Do a few things here. Okay, so we need buckets. I don't need these anymore. Let's go to Lumbridge first. We'll buy ourselves some buckets. And refill this water skin while we're at it. Oh, right, I forgot about these. Let's open them. Okay. Oh, collection log. Lunar Hour teleport. Oh, that's really useful. That's actually really useful. That's really good for helping us, what do you call it? Switch our spellbook. Slowly running out of space again in our bank. Okay. So we'll bank this. We'll buy some buckets. We need 10,000 buckets. So I just need... How much are these? 100 per. Okay. We'll hop worlds for these. Yeah, because we're not exactly swimming in money right now. So... So for the time being, we should get about 5k buckets, because that's how much we can afford at this current point in time. Unfortunately, we are poor as hell. We are very poor. Feels bad, man. Alright, there you go. That's not even enough to buy everything, by the way. That's not enough coins to buy all the sands that we're gonna be able to produce, by the way. Unlucky. Alright, first, let's I will do this for now. $44 slots. All right. Nice. That is more buckets, by the way. More free buckets. And some Ecto tokens to fund our Bone Crusher, so that's nice. Could do 14 more. Okay. There. Oh, that's a lot of tokens. Actually, I probably don't need the full 5k buckets. I mean, I'll still deposit them all, but I have quite a few buckets of sand saved up. It's only 700, it's not that much. But it should get us halfway through our large seaweed stock, so that's not bad. Oh, 7,500 charges. Let's go. Alright, now what? Brown buckets. We put on our desert gear. Amulet. We'll use the Cramulet for now, just for that cheap and diary step. Bring these. I'll bring this as well, might as well, for a teleport out. Pickaxe, right? I was looking for a pickaxe. Yeah, that should be good. I need a knife, and well, maybe not a knife. Maybe I could just go with the water skins and use the tempo to refill my water. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Saves one slot on our inventory. Oh, and money. Almost forgot. Holy shit. Alright, let's go. Yeah, that should be good. Yay, medium task done. Are we done? Are we almost done with the desert tasks? I think that was the last requirement that we didn't have. Enakhra's Lament. Yeah, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. We can do Eagle's Peak, we can do the Narda one. Yeah, we can finish this actually. We can finish the entirety of the desert medium diary, which is not useful at the moment, but it will be useful when we next have to charge our Pharaoh's Scepter, because it's gonna increase the max charges it contains from 10 to 25 if I remember correctly. And then harder diaries, we can do almost everything. Oh, we cannot do the Slayer one. Our Slayer's a little too low, we're like halfway there. Okay, yeah, the hard diary is gonna have to wait, but I think the hard one actually provides some decent bonuses. Like the Narda daily TP, that one's pretty good. Okay, where the f am I supposed to go? How do I get out of here? No, this does not look right. This does not look right. Can I get over there? Okay, he's still locked inside this building. No! Come on. Nah, I cannot cross this? What do you mean I cannot cross this? Well, fuck me, I guess. Okay, I gotta take the long way around. Okay, we need... Wait, how much is 243k? Divided by 50. We can bring home 4,860 buckets of sand. Is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. That should get us to the halfway point between 74 and 80. So somewhere around 77 crafting. I need 79 to make Black Beehive Band Braces, so I could get a boost. I could just boost my last few levels. It's a lot easier to boost my levels if I don't have to rely on the +5 spicy stew. So yeah, we can do that. And I can finish the elite steps and also make a glory. That's gonna be really nice. Where am I? Oof. Okay, here we go. We're gonna be here until we have enough sandstones for 4,000 buckets. Well, more like 5,000. We'll go for 5,000. Pretty lucky so far. We want the big hits, okay? We want the big hits. We want the +10s. +10s and the +5s. No, not the +1s, no. Okay, +5, okay. Ooh, yo, we're getting a lot of +10s, man. That's really nice. Did I do a 3 rock cycle? I think I could do a 3 rock cycle here. I think the 4 is a little too out of the way. Oh, I didn't want to have it. If I was really try hard, I'd be like 3 tick mining right here, but I think I'll save myself trouble. This is decently fast. Alright, let's go. Oh, how much sands can we get here? 123. Okay. Okay, 123. Okay. So that's like what, 80? Are they decently full inventory? 80 per trip? That's 60 trips. Oh, okay. And that was a really lucky trip too. Oh my gosh, so it's probably gonna take us somewhere around 100 trips, more or less. Depends on how lucky we are with the chunk sizes. Okay, that's one sip. No, fuck off. I could be doing barrels right now because I finished the Mauritania Hard Diary, but no, I'm here doing this. Okay, the reason why I'm doing this, actually, getting my crafting up before I do barrels, is because barrels actually has a chance to drop. Let me lower the volume here. Barrels actually has a chance to drop elite blue scrolls, and right now, the crafting requirement that's gatekeeping me happens to be a elite clue scroll step. So yeah, right now I have two elite clues in my bank. So if I just keep doing barrels, I'm gonna be missing out on the elite clues that drop in the chest, because you can only hold up to 2. I can only hold up to 2 elite clues for the time being, because I've only completed 1 on this account so far, I think. Yeah, only 1. Done like 6 cards though. OSRS actually recently put out a video where he opened a bunch of hard caskets. Dude, the hard caskets go really hard, man. Holy shit. He opened like 750 hard caskets, and he got a 3rd age, 2 gilded, and a bunch of like ultra rare uniques, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I kind of want to do the hard scrolls a little bit more, because they can drop Blessed Dehyde, which is going to be really good when I go and do the fight caves. Yeah, I gotta do those. Gonna be good for Zora too, actually, so it's not that bad. Okay, we're taking like 1 sip every trip or so. So this is gonna last us 16 trips in total. Not bad. I should probably put on like a YouTube video on the side while we do this. Fucking 1 kg, man. You're not serious. 251. Okay. We're like, are we 5% of the way there? Yeah, we are. Okay, not bad. Honestly, going a lot faster than I thought it would. Which is nice. Big! Put us 10s! Holy. Ooh, you know what we could do? Once we're done with this, we can use that lunar teleport scroll we just got from the clue step. Oh, that's actually insane. Insane synergy. It's gonna really help save time. Instead of, you know, teleport to Relica and then go from the Relica to the Lunar Isle through like the 2 waypoints, like on the pirate ship and then on the port. Yeah, that's gonna save us a lot of time. Feels good, man. 548 buckets of sand. Okay, let's go. Yeah, desert. Oh, excuse me. Desert ropes is definitely the way to go. We're slowing down our water consumption by a lot. That feels really good. Ideally, I want to get the Desert Amulet 4 to completely negate the Desert Heat mechanic. But yeah, Elite Diaries is tough, and I'm not in a position to spam Kelphi Queens yet with my gear and level. The reason why I say that is because you need to spam it to get the KQ head to put in your player own house. That's like one of the elite steps. And then there's also like, I think there's like a pretty extreme herb lore requirement to. Yeah, either that or a Slayer requirement, I forgot. Yeah, there are some like other requirements that make some elite clue steps. Yeah, the elite diary for the Disc Diary a little bit out of reach for the time being. 441. Yeah, 10% of the way there. I mean, we're going for 5k ultimately, but then we could realistically only afford 4.8k, so almost 10% of the way there. I'm gonna look to pull up some like YouTube videos. Oh, GX is winning against Fnatic. No way. What's going on, Fnatic? $511. Okay. They're losing with Zaya Rakan bot lane, Kobe Azir mid, really. Honestly, this looks like a pretty comfortable draft for Fnatic. Azir mid, I mean, Razork Nocturne. And then there's Rumble. Yeah, Rumble Nocturne synergy is good. And then Zaya Rakan is just solid, I guess. Who are they against? Ezreal, Rail bottom. Really? I mean, something must have gone wrong. Something has 3 kills somehow. They probably just lost the 2v2 top or something, right? I'm surprised. This honestly looks like a team comp that Fnatic really favors. I mean, they can still win. They have Soul. They have fucking Soul somehow. And then they're down 4k gold. Huh. Hobie up gold XDD. It's the Korean difference. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's play Spot the Enter. Who's the Enter here? Is it Mickey X or is it Razor? It's hard to tell a lot of times with Fnatic. Oh my god. Mickey just got chunked by Noah's what's the WQ? Jesus Christ. Damn, that Talia ult. It's pretty clutch. Get out of the Rakan ult like that. That's a lot of CDs blown from Fnatic. No Rakan ult, no Nocturne ult. The Rumble ult? I don't think Rumble ulted. Alright, 658 cents. We're getting there. They're probably like 15% of the way there. No, 12%. 12% of the way there. Damn, they're walking up so far, Fnatic. Like, they have no Nocturne ult. Rakan ult was still down. And just walk up like that. That's crazy, man. I mean, Fnatic is down 5k gold right now, but they have a soul. And their mid and 80 carry are even. Most fucked up differences are happening between the jungle and the top lane. It's fucking Oscar winning, griefing again in the side lanes, isn't it? Fucking Oscar, man. Yeah, Zinzao is up 2.5k gold. That's a whole ass fucking G8. That's a whole G8 diff. That's crazy. Yeah, Nocturne is just a light switch bot this game. Just turns the lights off and then prays that Rumble doesn't miss a suit. Honestly, if they just do that, like the enemy backline cannot play. Like how can Talia play into Nocturne Rumble? How? She has no Zonias. That's a big chunk. Damn, these supports in their unsealed spellbook commence. The Elder fight. Oh, I mean, if Lot, or say Lost, if Lot just walked up as Cassante, and Ismail walked up like right behind him, like, oh yeah, like yeah, exactly, it just do fucking that, and Upset cannot do anything. He's so fucking fit, Cassante. Bro, Oscar, what the fuck have you done this game, man? How is Cassante so fucking fit? Explain. Poor Upset. Just getting griefed again. Dude, there's no way Fnatic lost with this draft, man. This is like everyone's favorite champ is there. Like, I know Oscar Rene sucks fucking butt on Rumble, but this is like his favorite champ to get carried on. Like, he was always down like 0-2, 0-3 in side lanes as Rumble, but it doesn't fucking matter because the rest of the team is just high performing. The Azir is turbo scaling. They like to play Azir Rumble a lot, by the way. Every time. You just play Rumble into top and then have Poby just catch sides. And then they lost. I mean, they haven't lost yet because I mean they lost. They basically lost. Fucking GX's Elderman. Dude, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Like, fucking Fnatic is like ruining Upset's and fucking Razork's career, man. Razork got fucking elo held for 3 years straight, and then now Upset is joining the fucking crew. I mean, Upset kind of escaped for 1 year, but then he's now back again and getting elo held again. That is absolutely crazy. And then there's Mickey X. Dude, Mickey X can't find a stable job, man. It's just like off on GX, or also SK. That was GX, right? Back off on GX, back to G2, and then now on Fnatic. God damn. Yeah, dude, how fucking stupid broken is Cassante? Oh. Oh, interesting. I did not know that did that. Okay, so the screen is kind of tearing because I'm moving like my browser, yeah, outside my monitor range. Oh, that's what this does? Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Okay, that's a little bit slower on my screen, so I could actually watch the YouTube video at the back without the screen like being half frozen like it was before. Yeah, GX is just walking it down mid with the Elder. There's nothing they can do. Bro, do I want to go back and watch what happened in the game? I feel like it's gonna be so tilting, man. Like, you have Air Soul on a scaling comp, and you still lost when you were ahead in the early to mid game. Or at least ahead in tempo to the point where you can get dragons. Souls. That's crazy, man. Fucking Oscar. Okay, the miracle play. Turn the lights off. Turn on the equalizer. Where's the equalizer? No equalizer. Okay, Poby is doing work though. It's fucking stabbing the buttholes. Nope. Nope. Yeah, Elder plus Baron is too insane. Fucking... Cassandra just TP's back with full health, full mana. They cannot do anything. Oh, there's the... Okay, absolutely useless Rimboot. Fucking Oats on the Zinzao with GA and Oat. I mean, they did get his GA, but at what cost? Oh, Rakan got the ship down. That's unlucky. I mean, yeah, that's unlucky. 1k go to fucking Rakan. Oh. Useful! 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 How did Rakan even get that kill? Did he ignite? Did he have a spellbook ignite? No, right? It probably just got... It was like an unlucky hit or something. That's so sad, but if the money went to Poby or Zaya, probably Poby is more useful, because he's realistically the one that's gonna be poking the enemy and softening them up. Yeah, and Zaya is just praying to Jesus that Zinzao and Cassante isn't on his ass and is instead going on the Azir. Oh my god, man. 2.5k gold lead Cassante, 3.8k gold lead Zinzao. 80 carries can play. 80 carries can play in this condition for sure. Yeah, Fnatic cannot win on this comp. What comp can they even win on? It's the same deal with Oh fuck, who played yesterday? Was it MKoi? Nah, MKoi, sorry, no, not MKoi. T1. It's the same deal with fucking T1. Like their Bard and Azir got sealed for the entire series. So they have to rely on carriers like fucking Nico and Renata and what's the last champion? Nico, Renata, and some other champions pick, which they were like comfortable on, and then they couldn't win against each Hanwha Light in those games. So yeah, how is the series supposed to play out? It couldn't. That's why they got fucking 3-0'd. Yeah, I think Fnatic might get 3-0'd here today, if they're losing this hard on their favorite comp. Oh, and Talia has fucking Zhonya's now, so you cannot even go on the one person that was vulnerable. Well, stopwatch, but basically Zhonya's for the next fight. And Ezreal has GA. Zinzao GA is down, but he has ult, so it doesn't matter. He's basically invulnerable to any like carry damage for like 10 seconds. That champion is so fucking stupid, man. And Cassante is just Cassante, you cannot kill him. Yeah, Fnatic is... Unless fucking Oscar Rinning walks to the other side of the stage and unplugs their keyboard and mouse and allows Poby and Upset to auto them for 15 seconds, Fnatic isn't winning this game, okay? Oscar Rinning has to do some, like, physical miracle here, okay? Gotta bend the rules a little bit. Oh shit, Fnatic is just running it down mid. Holy fuck, the absolute psychopath mid prio play. Will it pay off? You're getting mid prio so that the enemy has to stop and think twice about going Elder, but then... Actually, GX does not take Elder super fast with Ezra Talia. Okay? Yo, keyboard unplugged? Holy shit, keyboard unplugged. But, Jackie's is backdooring. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, wait, Oscar? Wait, they what? Wait, Oscar fucking unplugged the keyboard? What the fuck? Fnatic 5-0 GX! No, 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 no. How is this real? How is this real? Nah, this is some fucking fake news. Oh my god, they're actually gonna win. Death timers are 11 seconds on fucking Rail and Cassante. Oh, they actually won. They actually won. How did they win? I mean, I feel good for upset, but how the fuck did they win? Oscar did the thing. Oscar went and fucking did it. He just unplugged your keyboard. Oh my god. What the hell? That's wild. That is absolutely wild. Can I?
Gonna ask him. What do you have to say?
What do you have to say?
I honestly don't know. Like, this whole game was completely crazy. Like, I don't know what happened even. Like, we just traded Soul for Nash, then they got... Thank you.
Shut the fuck up,
when
Oscar.
When they got Elder and Nash, it was a bit scary, but yeah, we just defended and...
Okay.
The magic of friendship, I guess, won the game.
What are we focusing on for game 2?
Maybe not giving Elder, Nash, and
The whole map.
the whole map. Yeah, maybe that helps a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
And the power of friendship, Oscar. Thank you so much. I'll let you join your team backstage. Sharks, what do you have?
That was a robbery! Like, no, that was a
Yeah,
robbery,
actually,
no?
what the fuck?
Our region! What is happening?
What do you mean? It was great.
It was great.
Entertainment. It was peak cinema. I loved it. The finale was honestly chef's kiss.
It was crazy, and we had so much to talk about in terms of like, hey, is Fnatic making the correct decisions here in terms of going for those drag, like...
I want to hear the call. I want to hear the play-by-play in this final fight here. That is absolutely wild.
Blind, but fighting through mid as best they can, leveraging the Azir tower to get a bit of control. They're so blind, but they're hoping just by running mid. The GX will be
Dude, Fnatic actually just ran it the fuck down mid. And pray to Jesus that it works and it stops the enemy team from going to Elder. Okay? And they did stop going to Elder. And they decided to contest the mid 4v5. And they actually let Oscar Rinne unplug fucking Lot's keyboard for 15 seconds so that Azir and Xayah can just free hit to this guy and kill the one person that they cannot kill in a team fight if they all went in S5. GX. Oh my fucking god, dude.
respond to them, and it's 15 seconds till Elder.
I will be kicking myself if I was GX. I will be kicking my fucking players if I was fucking GX's coach. What the f...
The plan is working, but there's a wave in the top lane. There's a TP for Lot, a TP for Jackie.
Oh, no way. Surely
Fnatic
it's not a
overcommit.
Bobby has to reset, try and catch the wave. Giant X, this might be their moment.
Isma gonna kick the fight off, seeing that Poby isn't involved. Jun waiting as long as he can to use his ult. Upset gonna pull the feathers back. Lot now caught out. Five back from Upset to get away from the ult, but Lot's able to backstep with the footwork. Oscar and pushing forward. Decent chunk.
Never mind, that's Offset. Azir wasn't there. Holy shit. Yeah, Nocturne was clutch there, the champion.
They're going in to find the main tank. Razork flying through the air. A desperate piece of darkness to bring light to the side of Fnatic. Poby makes the difference. Darkness to bring light to the side of Fnatic. Poby makes the difference. Razork and Oscar back to back. Hold the line. How the hell did Fnatic do it? It looked like GX had everything they needed to end the game, but they fumbled. And Fnatic stand tall.
No fucking way.
They have a lot of turrets to get through. The Azir is so good at killing turrets. I think they might just walk into
Yeah.
it.
Just ended. Are you kidding me? What is this? What?
Here we are.
You were here, Twitch chat, YouTube, Cadro, Rats, whoever you are, you witnessed.
Intro rap. That's wild.
Discourse in the GX team, because look where Ezreal is. He's still on the Elder Dragon. He's in the mindset that he wants to start the Elder Dragon. But Isma, Jun, and Lot all want to defend this mid wave. All want to stop
Yeah.
Fnatic from getting it because
Yeah, like if they just walked as 5 to contest mid wave, which is the only thing Fnatic can play for at that point, like they would have been fine. They would have. I mean, they would have stalled until Azir Tower is no longer a thing. And then Fnatic doesn't have the insane mid lane pressure that they had. Their champion fucking sucks at walking in, dude. Like, how the fuck does a Rumble like a Rumble Rakan Nocturne walk into Xayah and Cassante, right? Because you can turn the lights off as Nocturne and equalize the backline and have Rakan dive in at the same time. But that just leaves fucking Xayah and Azir to fend for themselves, and their backline cannot DPS at all in that situation, right? And even if they turn the lights off and they dive on the backline, like Talia at that point already has stopwatch. Ezreal as GA, it's unplayable for Fnatic if GX just played as 5. I mean, I guess it's funny. Yeah, it's funny that they lost, I guess, but holy shit, man, they actually lost GX.
see the Azir, but just the discourse here is so clear because you see like GX is not on the same page here.
So if you can roll it out now to see what happens, Lot just goes a bit too deep because he knows that this is the great opportunity, and now Upset is just outplaying him, and he's just getting shredded because now everyone from Fnatic is even overextending because they know that they need to
Actually,
get
it's
the
just spot a
Lot
better
kill.
one.
And by the time Azir gets in, Talia GX is looking for the only thing they can do, this sort of backdoor play, because they know that this map state is completely lost.
But Fnatic know it as well, and they defend. They go right back, they defend, they kill Jackies, and of course, they're fast boys, so they can just run down the base. It's wow.
I mean, they did not pull a rabbit out of that. They pulled a blue whale out of this hat. I don't know how they got away with that game. That first ARA counts were just constantly messing up those fights. It's a miracle that Fnatic is in this position.
And I really don't feel like there's, you know, any fault to give to GX, because it's not like it's an objectively bad play to give up that third Drake or to opt for this sort of game plan, but then you really need to be very precise on the execution, and we saw that they were quite precise. They got that Akan. I mean, maybe the soul for the Nashor trade was not worth it.
Do you trust GX to be that precise in the mid to late game after what we've seen for this splits?
I mean, listen, with all, you know, the allegations of them being early game Andes and not, you know, converting late game leads, maybe I'm putting that dragon in the bag.
Yeah.
Dragon in the bag. Okay, I do feel if you walk away, GX chose blue side, by the way, for this next game. You know, for Fnatic, I felt like their mental might have been hanging by a thread, because if you lose that game also...
Yeah. Well, okay, let's hear what Shox has to say. But, like, she's probably going to say something along the lines of that is, like, Fnatic's bread and butter comp in the regular season. If they lost with that shit in the elimination round, in game 1, oh my god, absolute destruction and fucking team morale. Okay, honestly, I said GX is got a 3-0 if they won this game, but then now that they lost in this kind of manner, GX might just completely tilt off the fucking planet and get it 0-3 instead. Like, what the fuck?
Also, that really sucks, but now I feel for GX. My god, that is frustrating, because it is one of them. Well, obviously, like, we played those team fights well, and our comp was great, and we, like, but...
If you're Fnatic, I'm smiling, because I feel like I pulled a little robbery over there. I feel like the draft wasn't really the greatest, but at the same time, you know, massive props to them for making it work with the tools they had, because it wasn't really an easy draft to execute, but at the same time, yeah, it's a shaker for a GX.
Yeah, Fnatic fans are probably watching us saying, first time.
I've seen this many
times.
times.
We're so used to it.
Yeah.
Well, if these are the types of games that we're gonna be getting for the rest of this best of 5, then yeah, I'd like to see all 5 for sure. We'll be right back with game 2.
Holy shit, bro. Holy. Is it this one? Yeah? I don't think it's this one, but let's see where this takes us. Oh boy. Oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Okay.
It's extremely disappointing. Usually what you have at the crescendo of a 2-year project is, you know, just a roster that can actually compete and make it to the World Championship. And I'm sure that those were the promises that they gave when they joined the team. They had a vision for having some veterans in Kazi and Hilly, and then bringing in like more rookie players and being dynamic in what they wanted to do. That was their like goal and agenda, but nothing came out of it. And I think it makes sense. It's like, it just of course depends on what you have as a replacement, but I think that you need to shake things up and start anew. I think that's just natural from the position they're in.
One problem I have is this, Yamato. Even though I am someone where if I like someone and they're really great, I can be quite loyal. I'm not loyal in this regard though. Like, I do agree with Neo's sentiment that it is a performance industry, and Vitality is not like, Vitality isn't heretics, they're not there just
1600. Okay. We are about a third of the way there. So probably 2 more full trips of this. By full trip, I mean using up all our water skins to mine. Yeah. Okay.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ooh, Windows is dying next month. Actually, more specifically, Windows 10, meaning the only active version of Windows now, at this point in time, as of next month, will be that Windows 11. Now, I've been using Windows 11 since it dropped, since it was really just leaked, to be real with you. And, you know, I've always wondered, why don't people update to it? Until, of course, I read the comment section to my videos where people were like, yeah, Muta, I wish I could go to Windows 11, but my computer doesn't support it. It doesn't support Windows 11. What do I do? Everyone says that I gotta upgrade. Microsoft has been telling me to upgrade. And there's a good chance that if you're somebody that has a computer that isn't supported at all, you've probably seen screens like this. That computer doesn't meet the system requirements. And a lot of that comes with the fact that Windows has some upgraded requirements now, as they normally would. So you might be like, whoa, what if my computer doesn't support it? Actually, it's a pretty quick way to try. Seriously, if you're on Windows 10, try upgrading to 11. If it says you can't, well, it's probably because you don't meet something in the system requirement pool. Now, for a lot of people that have older systems, notably systems that are like Kaby Lake processors, so processors that came out about 9 years ago, so 2016, and then eventually were discontinued in 2020, and then later changed to a different model. This is just Intel. AMD also has an equivalent. These processors are not supported by Windows 11.
Really? Really? 2016 isn't even that long ago. It's 9 years ago? Okay.
In 2020, and then later changed to a different model. This is just Intel. AMD also has an equivalent. These processors are not supported by Windows 11 at all. Now you might be like, well, isn't that old, Muda? Can't I just upgrade to a newer system? And yeah, you absolutely could. Go to any computer store and purchase a brand new processor, whether it be entry level, whether it be mid, whether it be at the enthusiast grade. There are people who have multiple processors. There are i7 systems from like 9 years ago that are incompatible for no real good reason. For a lot of people, computers that are old, computers that, are vintage, as some people would say, are still pretty fucking functional devices. And, especially coming from a company like Microsoft that always talks about, we gotta worry about that environment, fellas. We gotta worry about that carbon neutrality. I feel like throwing out a whole bunch of old computers for no real good reason is really not that great. And a lot of places like endof10.org actually do agree with me, where for a lot of people, if your computer can't support Windows 11, you don't have to throw it out. You can just install Linux. Even the original crap.
It all comes back to this with this guy. Just go Linux, forehead. I mean, yeah, I get it, but like Linux also has a lot of inconvenient spots. If you're like just doing gaming, right? If you're doing like work, or if you're mostly using it for work or just browsing the internet, it probably doesn't make much of a difference. But if you're doing gaming, like, there are some problems there. Like, you cannot even play fucking Apex on Linux. So, yeah, there's that.
Top that I used to make the first videos on my channel, which is an unusable computer by today's standards, can still have life breathed into it. Can still have life pulled into it, pushed into it with Linux. But I'm not here to basically make another Linux video just for
yeah,
you.
He knows.
A lot of you guys, I know that Windows is pretty needed. Muda, I need Windows for school. I need Windows for work. There's a piece of software that doesn't work on Linux, and I need it on Windows. How do I still keep my updates and my Windows? Well, it's pretty easy, ladies and gentlemen. For one, it's a matter of going to Microsoft's Windows and downloading Windows 11. So let's say your computer can't support it. You can use a lot of software, popular, freely made, open source, that you can actually install and run and use to trim the Windows installation so you can get rid of those pesky fucking like blocks that Microsoft has put in. So if Microsoft says that your processor can't support it, these programs will go in and modify portions of the actual install medium so that you can bypass those unnecessary checks and still use 11 on an unsupported computer. So again, Windows 11, you go to their website, Microsoft.com, software download, Windows 11, and you want to go to Microsoft because I know for some people they're like, well, Muda, why can't I just download one of those gamer-friendly versions of Windows that float around? And you absolutely can. The problem is I would only ever download a fucking operating system fresh from Microsoft if I had to.
Yeah.
Simply because, and this goes for Linux or even...
You don't know what shady shit that people on the internet is gonna put in your exe files, man. And if that thing is like involved with the OS level, like you definitely don't want like potentially sus code or just any like backdoors or whatever inside that program. No, you that's a bad idea.
Even Mac, if you're downloading your operating system from like Bootman Bill on the internet, who the fuck knows what they put in that system?
Yep.
So to download it, don't go to the assistant, go all the way to download 11 disk image, right? And of course, for x64 devices, click on Windows 11, hit confirm, it'll guide you through a little request validator. Then you want to pick your language. I'm just gonna go with English United States, because that's the language I know really well. And then, of course, the further you go down, it'll give you a 64-bit download. And you might be like, but Muda, where's the 32-bit? You fucking knew there was no 32-bit. My dumbass installed Windows 1 and upgraded all the way to 10 just before Windows 11 dropped, which took that whole novelty away. Yes, Windows 11 is only 64-bit. If your system is a 32-bit computer, then my brother, you might have to consider actually upgrading your system, okay? You were just living too far in the olden days. Now, Rufus is a software that I've shown you guys before, but basically it's a way for you to take any flash drive, put it into your system, and then basically burn an image file onto it. And when that image file is burned, you can then boot through that USB and install any operating system. But in this case, This is mostly for people that are on Windows. Now, in order to build this Windows 11 ISO, boys, it's pretty easy. Once you have the ISO file downloaded and you've downloaded Rufus from their website, in whatever manner, provided it's over a version of 4.6, just get the latest version, like it's 4.9. Don't go out of your way to find something wild. Now, connect a flash drive to your system. Anything will do as long as it matches basic read and write speed. Remember, you're not running a game, you're just installing an operating system. So I've got a 64 gig banger connected. Make sure you select your ISO file, so click this, and more importantly, also click that little check mark button. And what this will do is it'll actually do the image checksums for you. Remember, when you're downloading any operating system, whether it be Linux, whether it be Mac, whether it be FreeBSD, whether it be Windows, always make sure that you're downloading something that is actually a legitimate piece of software as opposed to something that, you know, Jim Bob put together for the sole purpose of hacking people on the internet. Now, once you've verified that your Windows is fresh and proper and halal, you want to make sure that it's standard Windows installation, keep everything the same GP.
I don't need to know this. I just saw the title, oh, Windows is dying. I'm just like, okay, well, let's see how it's dying now. But yeah, Windows 10, I'm actually running on Windows 10 right now. And I probably do have to upgrade it soon, but yeah. Oh, what? Mahoka Season 4 announced 2 days ago. Hold up. Can I watch this without getting DMCA'd? Probably not, huh? Yeah, okay, this is not a good idea. I'm just gonna watch it with no audio. Inheritance chapter for the Shiba family. I forgot how to pronounce the 4 leaves in Mahoka. Is it Shiba or Yotsuba? Yotsuba? No, it's Shiba, right? It's Shiba. Shiba Seki? No. Who's the studio behind this? Are they getting the same one that did season 3 and 2? 2026 Roadshow. Nakamura Yuichi is acting. Yep, okay, nice. Same VA cast. It's good. Mahoka Anime. Okay, there's a Twitter account. I'm gonna guess it's the same anime, same studio that did all the previous seasons, which is fine, I guess. It wasn't like that bad. I mean, the first season was Madhouse, so it was like super crazy production value, but like the later ones aren't Madhouse level, but they're like serviceable, you know. Okay, did the game start yet for OEC? Oh, they did. Okay, nice. Nice, that's a good draft. Jackie's on Oriana. Noah is playing Corky. And June on Braum. Okay. Holy shit, Fnatic pulling out the Pike in game 2. Kaisa. Fnatic actually does have that much damage. Did it need it though? The only person that's gonna be doing damage is Upset and maybe Razork. On Wukong, right? You have Galio, who's just gonna be frontlining. Cho'Gath is gonna be frontlining. He's gonna burst objectives and maybe champions if they're not playing around objectives. But why wouldn't you? If he doesn't use the feast to secure, just gonna be a fucking beefy frontline. Yeah, Fnatic really doesn't have that much damage. Whereas on the other side, you have GX's comp. They have a double threat team comp in Corky Oriana, and then Yorick can split, but he probably cannot go super out of control against something like Cho'Gath that gets pretty good wave clear towards the later parts of the game. I'm gonna guess he probably goes something like Roa, the Cho'Gath. Partnership. Hobie is getting his fucking head caved in by Oriana. That's just how the lane goes, but yeah, Jackie's is out of mana for it though, so probably nothing crazy going on unless Hobie eats like 50 autos in the face without fighting back. Okay, 2,400 buckets of sands. That's exactly at the halfway mark. Okay. We're almost there. We're halfway there. We've been here for less than an hour, actually. So, just another hour and it will be done. I missed this one. What else is going on? Why are they fighting? Actually, this early game... I mean, they have Braum, right? Braum's early fighting is probably better than Kai'Sa fight. Even though Wukong is there too. Nah, it's a nothing fight. It's just showing presence. Oh, is Jun gonna cancel Pike Space? Gotta throw a blank Q? Oh, he cancelled it. Oh, that's tilting. That is tilting. I mean, it's Pike though, so I can get back really fast, but that's annoying. God damn, Giga Chat Galio. First base, no magic mantle. Okay. It's so annoying playing against Galio as a mage, because after like first and second base, Galio just becomes so annoying too. It's so hard to go through his HP bar. Yeah, feels like a futile endeavor. Endeavor. Yeah, they do. Ooh, excuse me. Holy shit, Cho'Gath is not having fun. In this lane against Yorick. Oh, you went Bramble first? Is that the tech? Oh, does Bramble work against Yorick's Ghost? Is that why? Makes it easier to clear his minions, maybe? Interesting. Oh, excuse me. Okay, then click on this. GX is just gonna get all 3 grubs. I mean, it kind of makes sense because they have Braum Sejuani against like Pyke, Wukong. Their early game fighting is just a lot stronger because they have guaranteed control. The Pyke is just there to like, you know, be a cheerleader. He's gonna hook Braum in, he's gonna harpoon Braum in, and the Braum's just gonna auto him once, Q him again, and he's gonna get stunned, and he's gonna die. So Pyke literally cannot do anything here. Kai'Sa was even there, Upset was even there, so there's no point. Ooh. Poppy is just walking past Jackie to get the farm. Yeah, now that he has Spectral Cow, he's really hard to kill. Basically impossible to solo kill unless he just takes too many auto attacks. Whoa, that spear actually hit. If that Braum Q hit, they might have dove, actually. Okay, yeah, dude, look at how useless the Pyke is in this game. He's fucking hooking in Corki and Braum left and right, but it doesn't matter. Because they cannot. Like, their champion is just so useless at this point. I don't know. Why did I pick Pyke? Did I pick Pyke early? I'm going back to check the draft. No, they picked Pyke after second pick ban phase. Holy fuck. Blind Pyke into Braum, Sejuani, Orianna. That's confidence, or what? Yeah, that's confidence. Sneaking suspicion I would have received the beginner scroll. No thanks, no thanks. I don't want to give more stuff to Charlie. No, we're good. Pretty quiet game so far. 11 minutes in, no action. Only Grubby's taken. Oh, I guess Dragus got taken by a Fnatic. They got traded. Grubby's for drag. 17k gold on both teams. If they do fight now, Fnatic might be a little bit stronger actually as of 4. Because I don't think GX has the damage to kill the Galio yet. Would this Galio have Aftershock or Phase Rush? She has Phase Rush? Okay, never mind. The Galio is probably kind of squishy at this point. Maybe as Aftershock, it's a lot easier to frontline, but I don't think he's playing to frontline this game, Pogi. He's probably just playing to disrupt and then back out. Yeah. Or chase. I don't know. I mean, I realize I see the value of like Phase Rush, right? I mean, if you have Phase Rush, it's good against Braum, it's good against Orianna W. Oh, unlucky. Damn. Corki does so much damage there. He didn't even have full items, man. He has a Spear, a Phage, and the fucking War Axe thing. Oh, GG. Okay, nice ult from Upset. Nice cleanser Upset. I think it's out. Ooh, well played, Upset. Well played. That was a nice dodge on the Braum ult with the Kai'Sa ult. Nice. See, it's the Upset difference yet again. It's a crime that this guy has not won a title yet in LEC. Excuse me. Okay, Pyke being useless again. Oh, ooh, nice hook. Yeah, dude, it's dude, I don't know, man. I don't like the Pyke pick in this game, dude. Like, where's the burst? Where's the Fnatic burst? Are you gonna use the Cho'Gath ult on whoever Pyke like hooks in? Is that what's gonna happen? Because otherwise you have no burst. You have a lot of crowd control though, but you have no burst. But like the crowd control is like one-off crowd controls, right? Pyke hook, Pyke stun, Galio taunt, knock up from Cho'Gath and Wukong. Okay, yeah, that's a good dive. I mean, Lot just stayed in lane with 500, 600 HP against a Cho'Gath with 8 ult. Like, what does he expect? There's no fucking... Jackie's played that as bad as he could, actually. Holy fuck. Oh my god, man. That guy? You know what was that guy doing? Like, Jackie's was just trying to get a double 2-man ult. Right? And he was also fishing for the Wukong W at the same time. So it was just like decision paralysis. He just didn't ult. If you just ulted on one guy instead of trying to ult both, he could have at least gotten 1 kill. But now they get no kills. Oh, nah, Mickey is fine. Mickey is fine. Yes, W and E is fine. 2.9k buckets of sands. Okay. Oh. Oh, Heartsteel. Okay. Dude. Oh my god, Oscar's just walking up and autoing the out of lot. Holy shit. That is disgusting. Ooh, so hard to kill in Quirky, man. He's tanky innately because of the Triforce item component. And then there's redemption. God damn. Yeah, hard to dive will be there. Most of their damage is magic. They have some like physical burst on the initial engage with like, you know, Brom Q and joining autos and Heartsteel and all that, but most of the damage is Oriana. So oh, excuse me. I'm tired. Holy shit. Goddamn Wukong HP. What happened to him? Gollum, go! Holy. Grasstalk had the ult to escape the Yorick. That's okay. Crazy spot for Jun to be in. I mean, he has Splasher Exhaust, but he just walked up and queued for fun. As a Braum by himself, with no allies near. That's crazy. I mean, they probably didn't know, right? Fnatic didn't know. Because GX cleared out the vision post the river. Oh, Jesus. Dude, imagine having to do this for 10,000 buckets of sands. I'm doing this. We've gotten enough for 3k, and I'm already like bored out of my mind. Holy fuck, man. Okay, but this is still better than Barbarian Assault, though, I have to say. Fuck Barbarian Assault. Okay. 3,000. We have, about 700 buckets of sand saved up, so we technically right now have 3.8k. 3.8k, huh? Okay. Yeah, we'll get as many as we can. Oh. Shogath has a lot of HP, but he's really squishy at the same time. Which sounds crazy, but man, this guy is getting chunked for tons by anything that does damage. He just has a lot of HP right now. But he's getting resist though. He's getting MR soon, I'm guessing. He's finished Storm Mail. Yeah. Huskers can be annoying for the enemy team to deal with, that's for sure. Alright, I'm gonna leave the spot to refill my water skin. Oh god, I missed. I'm praying to Lord that this guy does not take my spot, because this spot is way nicer than the other one I was at earlier. It's a lot faster too. Alright, I'm gonna go this way so he doesn't know I'm refilling. He probably knows. He could probably see from the minimap. He's just like, where the fuck is this guy going? Oh, he's refilling! Okay, time to take his fucking yoink! His fucking 4 mine spots, man. Alright, let's go back fast. Before he notices that we're gone. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. It's the water. Here it is. Oh. Alright, go back, go, 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 go. It's the 5-second rule. If I'm back within 5 seconds, the spot is still mine. Yeah? Alright, let's see if that guy's on autopilot or not. If I was him, I'd be on autopilot and I'd be like, oh yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna keep mining at my spot. Yes, he didn't notice. Or at least he didn't take my spot. Nice. Right. Back at it again. We back. Fnatic got Drake again? How? Didn't they lose that fight just now? Oh, no, not yet. They're still posturing. They got second Drake, not third. Drake engaged from Resort. But he's unable to get into the Dragon Pit now. He's so low. Fnatic upset us on a killing spree. Razork still took the fucking dragon anyways. This is a wipe. This is a fucking wipe. This is a disaster. They lost the objective, then lost the fight GX. This is a fucking 4-for-1. That is 4-for-1. And they got Drake, Fnatic. That's a wrap, guys. That is a fucking wrap.
Backline. At a
Shit,
point of
sorry.
safety, Jackies gets tagged and then Upset flies.
And although Mickey goes down, does end up getting some success and gets a much needed goal for himself as well.
Yeah, Fnatic really wanted a fight like that again, just to keep using this tail end of the pike power to get something in. It's initially a pick onto Jun, who's a little bit off.
Fuck's that sound?
That Gatling gun in the replays. It does ahead, and I tell you. But they managed to catch off the Brawl fairly alone, and despite him being pretty hard to kill, they managed to get him down quickly. He does leave a parting gift of a Brawl passive onto Razzle, which makes things a little bit dicey for a second, but realistically, Upset starts to stack up the lethal tempo, and the carries of GX get chunked out a lot, but the damage is still in Fnatic's favor.
I'm surprised Mickey managed to get over that wall, to be honest. You have to hit someone with the ultimate to actually like teleport to them.
Oh, that's the
Just click
previous
Isma
replay.
on the edge, but still position himself
Hold
on
up.
the wall.
AR of it.
Yeah, we need a VAR. Give me the...
They just did.
That's true. Oh no, we need to replay it again. Oh. Trying to be professional here and everything.
As many times as it takes. Talking about random pike mechanics. Unfortunately, for the side of GX, this whole debacle has resulted in Upset getting a second item ahead of what would be a third Drake for Fnatic, although GX not afraid to just walk forward here. They have so much chain CC.
Ignite dropped just to cycle back round to the heal. Jun not with flash right now. Dragon spawning GX in the river first. Oscar coming down, very tanky and has flash. This Jugger's going to be really hard to chunk through from GX.
Might be a little bit late though. Kobe waiting off to the side. Jackie's Does not feel too threatened yet. Again, Oscar may find an angle.
That's a crazy step engage from Razork and Mickey.
So much HP in the meantime. Poby's finding the angle. The taunt, the ulti doesn't connect from Jackie's, and it's crucial because Upset for a brief moment is untouched while trying to finish the job. Magic damage shield, not going to stop the Corki, not going to stop the Yorick. Knock up onto 2 from Oscar is clutch, and it's just what Fnatic needed. GX are decimated at the Dragon.
Giant X thought they were able to take the fight, but Fnatic cut them down where they stand. The Dragon as well. It's everything for the black and orange.
Fnatic find their way onto the carries, and GX can't use, anything to put their backline at a point of safety. Jackie's gets tagged, and then Upset flies through. Now, Razork, I thought initially, is he going a little bit too early? Is he going a little bit too deep? But he gets the fight started.
I'm surprised Razork got out, actually. That was really close to him dying. If he died there, this fight would have gone completely different, because... Actually, probably not, but they would have secured Dragon as easily.
Generously gift wrap for GX. We'll see if Fnatic make the same mistake twice, however. Mickey fishing again with the hook. Celestial opposition going to be broken. Oscar keeping the pressure up on the top side, but Razork's resistances are shredded.
Upset wasn't even there. It was a very risky one. And Giant X
Leashed it again.
310. Oh my god. Johnny died again. Yep, it's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap. Ooh, holy shit, that's a clean pike mechanic from Mickey. Damn. What's this? E, Oot, Flash. To get the E stun on the Corki after the Oot Flash. Holy shit, that's wild. That's cool. That's cool.
Mickey, he pulls people back, means that, realistically, the Braum is pulled away from the person he wants to go towards. And look at the slide through. Oh, that's disgusting.
Gotta respect it. Some clean.
That was good. That was clean. Pretty good by Mickey. Yeah. Fnatic definitely has the mental edge over GX after this game. Holy shit, man. 3.6k. Okay, final 1.2k to go. Now this is MMO gameplay. And chores everywhere. I wonder if it's faster to just deposit everything that we get or to drop the smalls. Go for like only large in our inventory because we're getting sandstones so quickly, right? So I feel like cycling through 1 or 2 duds isn't even that bad. Ooh, the hard force on Obi. But he has phase rush. Holy shit, phase rush coming in clutch. He couldn't do that with aftershock. Yeah, phase rush, slow reduction, really valuable against the Sejuani Braum. And I guess Orianna too, yeah. Yorick kinda has it too, I guess. Right? Does Yorick have slow? Or is it only after he gets Sarudas? Oh, I didn't get it again. Well, game 2 was a stomp. It was quiet for 11 minutes because of the champions that they played, but like the moment the Fnatic got items, they just went pedal to the metal. Holy shit. Absolutely bulldozing through GX in the second game. Oh, he does not look happy. Who's this guy? Isma? Yeah, Isma does not look happy. Holy shit. Dude, he actually looks kind of stunned. Leaving his seat just now.
What did I hear? Dracos was a hater of your Pyke?
I guess so. I mean, this guy...
Dude, okay, I was kind of hating on the Pyke too, I'm not gonna lie. I was listening to the cast, but I was like, bro, you pick Pyke here? Blind? With only 1 damage source on your team? With no burst? What the f... Yeah, I was like, that's a crazy pick. I mean, Mickey did like one really cool play with the... What's it called? The E ult flash to get the execute and the stun on the secondary target. That's a really cool play. But did the Pyke pick actually do anything for the game? I don't think it did. I just think would the game have been different or easier or harder if he picked something like Leona? Or some other engaged support? Or Bard, maybe? Yeah, I don't know, actually. I mean... It's a risky pick, but at the same time, this is only game 2 and they won game 1, so maybe this is the best time to bring it out. It's either now you bring it out or you bring it out on game 5, match point. So...
It's everything I play apparently. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest Pyke performance, but
yeah.
I did one good play in the Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah. I said the exact same thing. It's just like, the Pyke kind of did nothing, except for that one cool play. Yeah.
Could be improved.
That's what matters. Aura points, and you guys won in the
Yeah,
end.
he did it for the
much
TikTok.
more clean than the first game was. We're gonna forget about the first game, actually.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe that you can get a cleaner 3-0 now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Right,
Yeah,
we'll see about this.
definitely,
Mickey, thank you so
definitely.
much. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this one for game 3.
League fans,
Okay. Cool. Alright, do you have anything else to watch in the meantime? Resident Evil 9 Requiem official gameplay trailer number 2. Okay. My worst nightmare. Fucking anonymous ad calls. Alright? Trying to sell you some shit. Like trying to sell you insurance or some shit.
Hello?
Moshi Moshi?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, and they hang up right away. It's the classic. is the classic douchebag calling you to see if your phone number is still active and then hanging up right after. Fuck you. Fuck those guys.
Who was it?
Dunno.
Frank.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft and then they hung up on me. Rude.
Oh. Cat call. Grill fountain. And where's that? Is that New York? Scuffed as fuck. Holy shit.
Oh, you're FBI?
FBI, open up.
All these strange deaths, huh?
Wait, sorry, I forgot. Is Resident Evil about zombies or it's a zombie series, right? Or BioWare? BioWare. I think in Japanese the name is like Biohazard or Bioshock. Biohazard? Shit. I can use fucking Google on my VPN, man. Me. Resident Evil Japanese name. Biohazard. Yeah, that's the Japanese name.
Grace. Stay close to me.
I'm coming.
Keep moving.
What's wrong?
I'll explain later.
Okay, wait. Sorry to pause and talk about Silent Hill when I'm watching a Resident Evil trailer, but I cannot wait for Silent Hill F to come out in 25th, so in 9 days. In 9 days. Oh, dude, I cannot wait to see Ryukishi's next work. It's gonna be so hype.
I've been watching you.
ASMR.
You're not like other people, you know. You're quite unique.
Tell me what's going on.
And I say, hey, hey.
I'm scared. Grace. They're coming.
They're coming. Umbrella Corporation.
There's no escaping your destiny.
Okay. Honestly, not a bad trailer. Oh, that's creepy. Okay. I really like the fact that they did not showcase the monsters. Or they did showcase them, but only like snippets and not a full-on feature, right? Because revealing the monsters so early on would just, you know, demystify and like the whole game, right? Like the whole horror aspect, right? Which is one thing that I didn't really like about Silent Hill F's trailer, because in Silent Hill F the trailers were kind of going like full on, boom. Our selling point is our Japanese themed grotesque monsters. Okay, the story is kind of like a backdrop. They didn't really focus too much about it. I mean, it's your classic video game horror video game trailers, right? It's just a little snippets like from like quotes in the game and whatever. It's kind of whatever. But the brunt of the trailer, it isn't the story. It's the monster designs. I don't know how I feel about that. Like visual horror or body horror. I guess it could be hit or miss, right? It could be hit or miss, but showing your cards so openly in the trailer when you're a horror game, doesn't that sound weird? Doesn't that just sound off? It just like completely removes the surprise factor for like when you, oh my god, it's a fucking new boss and it's a completely never before seen design. But then now people are just gonna go in, if they've seen the trailer, they're gonna be like, oh, I saw this in the trailer. Okay, it's a kind of, I already know this guy. It's not that scary, right? Yeah, I think that's one thing they fucked up in Silent Hill F's trailer, which is, which kind of sucks. I do hope the game isn't actually like gameplay driven and visually driven. Like, I hope they're like important parts of the game, and you know, they don't make them like too unpolished, so the gameplay experience is super bad. But I wish, like when I'm going to Silent Hill F, I'm not looking for the gameplay or the visuals or the whatever. I'm looking for the story, because Ryokishi is the one that's directing the story of the game. That's what I care about. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Looking forward to see Joseph Anderson play Silent Hill F though. He's definitely gonna play Silent Hill F now that he's finished with Umineko. Yeah, like, Umineko was so good, man. Umineko was so fucking good. Hey, Drew crashes out over another 10k gold lead lost. All right, let's. I mean, it's the GX game, right? 7 minutes ago. Yeah, it's a GX game.
20 seconds. One more wave. They have to hold. One more wave. They have to hold. One more wave. I don't think they can though. I think they end on this wave.
We still have the Baron buff TXC.
5-minute react, holy.
Equalizer down.
They don't end on this wave. Oh my god, Fnatic live to die another day.
They're gonna need another bit of time.
Oh my god, he killed him with Redemption, Mickey.
They can't tunnel too hard on just having the jungler. Mickey manages to find the
Oh, shutdown as well, and they're out. Wait a second. Mickey sniped the Xin with Redemption.
Yeah, that's a good Redemption actually.
But Fnatic survive. That's the important thing for them.
10k gold down, they survive. They can stall for another 3 minutes. They can get GA on Resork. They can maybe get Poby Rabadon. Maybe.
We've seen a lot of hectic late games, not quite
Whoa, is it enough? Is it enough? Their champs are very
It was
strong,
enough.
but I don't think it's enough, right? Surely not. There's BT on up.
So I thought it was. I thought it wasn't enough, especially since the gold went to fucking Rakan. The 1k gold went to Rakan, but like I said, Oscar went across the room and unplugged GX's keyboard. So they won.
Oh my god, it's 6 item Azir, 6 item Zaya with Cloud Soul.
Should be able to win these fights, but it is going to come down
Maybe,
to execution.
I still think it's not doable, but maybe. They have everything, right? They just need to get in here without dying, basically. Like, they have one Nexus tower up and there's a top wave coming in already, which is a problem.
Mid as best they can, leveraging the Azir tower to get a bit of control. They're so blind, but they're hoping just by
Poby needs to base quick.
The GX will be forced to respond to them, and it's 15
He needs to clear a top wave. GX should just start, shouldn't they?
But there's a wave in the top lane. There's a TP for Lot, a TP
Shouldn't
for
Ezreal and Xin just started and Talia cooks?
Overcommit. Poby has to reset, try and catch the wave. Giant X, this might be their moment.
No, it's not the word. They're going in. What the fuck is going on? Ezreal's soloing it, but they're all going in. What is GX doing? Whoa, GX, the Cloud Soul from Upset might kill Sasante. Yeah, it does.
Oh my god.
Talia's ulting in the base. Jackie's ulting in the base. Oscar's TPing. Oh, Razork! The Nexus Tower respawned! Ezreal's dead! Ezreal's dead! Poby finds the road! Poby finds the road! Poby finds the road!
There's no.
They got Elder!
They did it.
They can end mid-con, they want minions enough. It's over. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
God, no.
That was fucked up, alright. Okay, the game 3 starts. Yet.
It did not start with success for Fnatic. It started with a win, but we will never speak of that game 1 again.
Yeah.
We'll continue to speak about that game.
Yes. Probably yes. And that game 1 does give hope to Giants in this game 3. They're on blue side.
Blue side again
Fnatic
for
luxury of
GX.
counterpick, but
Okay.
we'll see what they want to do. I want more engaged for Jun. Braum, I respect it, but this man single-handedly was making the difference.
Bro, I honestly think GX's comp wasn't even that bad. Like, double threat comp Sure, Corki might not be super good at going through tanks that stack HP. Because he does like true damage instead of percent damage. So it's actually better for him to fight something like Cassante that builds like resist and whatnot. But like Oriana, Corki, Braum. That is a pretty solid front to back comp. And then they're playing into something like Cho'Gath, Pike, Wukong. People that are trying to go into you. Right? I feel like Braum would have been. Braum was so good against those champions. I mean, they just fucked up like skirmishes, and the game just went out of control. So, yeah, I honestly like GX players are just worse than Fnatic players, man. It is what it is. So, yeah. You're comparing Noah with Upset. June and Mickey X. It's not even fucking close, okay? And Rosoka Isma. Yeah, it's not even fucking close. Top lane is like fucking Oscar Renning. So like on a good day, Oscar Renning is way better. But on a bad day, Oscar Renning is just fucking dead weight. So yeah, top lane is a little eh. And then mid lane, like on paper, Hobie is better than Jackie, right? I mean, he's proven himself, Hobie, I think, in LEC at least. Like we don't know about internationally, but at least in LEC domestically, he's been doing really well. Like he's definitely has the foundations down, man. He's like very textbook. I'm good at catching waves. I'm good at farming. I'm good at playing around like power spikes. So respect for that. I don't know if it's import worthy, but it's definitely like I think he's a more reliable backbone for the team as a mid laner than Humanoid. That's for sure. Even though I do like I like it when Humanoid pops off, but I also hate it when Humanoid is just like lying on the floor waiting for his vacation to start. So yeah, triple jungle ban. Poppy, Trundle, Pantheon. I mean, Poppy is kind of like a flex, right? I guess Pantheon is also a flex too. I'm pretty sure Vicky plays both support. Definitely plays Poppy support. I would think that he plays Pantheon support too. If you can play Gragas support, you can play Pantheon support. Okay, let's just say that. So yeah, triple jungle bans, but also like a little bit dipping into the support lockdown. Fnatic bans Yunara, right? The Street Fighter, Yuri knockoff, Annie, and Vi. Okay. Taking away some jungle picks too. Bryce pick into Sion. Sion blind though, Sion blind. So Hobie's picking Rice. Yeah, dude, Hobie is just fake budget faker, man. He plays fakers champions. Azir, Corki, Rice, and Taria, and Nico, and who did he play last game? Galio. Yeah, this guy's just fucking faker, budget faker. Did he play Tristana before in T1 Academy? I forgot. I mean, Faker is super well known for his Tristana mid though, so he plays it just because it's the meta, right? He's had to learn it, but I don't think if you talk about like iconic Faker champions, like it's probably Corki over Tristana. Yeah. Oh man, dude, I miss the days when Corki is just a, you know, a walking artillery, okay, or a flying artillery, with the big bombs. You just chunk the enemy's health by 50% with one rocket. Holy shit, those are some good days. Yeah, now he's the more traditional AD carry. You don't even use the rocket like to poke it. It's kind of whatever for poke. You're mostly using it for Sheen procs, honestly. And early lane dominance. That champion is pretty strong early game. Relative to other AD carries, I mean. So GX picks Alistar, Sion, and Sivir. Ooh, if Razork locks in J4 here, it's actually pretty good. J4 is good into a Sivir. Like, sure, Sivir has a lot of movement speed. And she can spell shield the J4 EQ, kind of, if she times it well. But if J4 plays it well, he can like EQ her and pop the spell shield with the E and knock her up with the Q. And because Sivir does have inbuilt blinks and dashes, she's kinda fucked if J4 ults on her, even if she, you know, blocks the damage portion. Yeah, ooh, J4 is pretty nice against Sivir in isolation. Alistar can kind of put a wrench in their plans though. Honestly, like, GX would probably prefer to have Poppy support in this case, like, to counter the Nautilus and J4 engage. Actually, no. You can only counter one engage with Poppy, right? You can only block the hook from Naut or block the J4 EQ. You cannot block both. Bane? Oh, I want to hear this.
You could... The reason I could think of the Yasuo being banned, I mean, I guess you do have knockups anyway. We did see a Silas jungle Yasuo mid combo from Top Esports earlier in the day, which was kind of crazy. Whoa, okay. Yeah, anything else we're talking about? Forget it. We have a Vayne.
We have a Vayne. And is this in Italy? It's in Isman.
Vayne into Sivir, I'm guessing. It's a free lane phase. It's fucking Alistar Sivir. What are they gonna do? Kill you?
In Italy. Okay.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Wow.
Cooking with gas. Okay.
Absolute fist fight call.
It's good into the Civic. Back in like season 5, 10 years ago, we were seeing Vayne and Civic because you could. Yeah, that's somewhere. Are we going to get start mid? They did this back in previous split as well. Jackie's played a game of this earlier in the year. They could just shift it mid.
Sound mid. Vayne flex pick.
Vayne mid.
Vayne flex pick.
Kobe. Vayne mid.
Lock it in. Lock it in. Come on.
No. You're cooking real hard.
I don't care if they're clip farming. This is sick.
Okay, Ambassador's going top. San's going mid. Where is the Vayne going? Is it just going to be Where's it coming?
Wait. We gotta wait. We have to see. We have to see.
There's no way it's Vayne mid.
2019.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Rek'Sai
Nothing
top.
is sacred.
Okay.
Anything can go anywhere. Okay, Vayne's going bottom.
Okay, Vayne's going into the mid.
Okay. Interesting. Both teams kind of cooking here. Okay, not Sivir. Vayne is a really good pick because it's a free lane into Sivir. It's a free scaling, and they already showed Alistar and Sion, right? So the true damage is gonna be really valuable against those two as well. And technically, you could micro the Alistar's Vayne interaction, right? Vayne could condemn Alistar away during his headbutt pulverize combo. I don't think anyone ever relies on it. Like, it's not like a consistent thing you can do. It's just a thing you can do, right? But, yeah. Vayne is honestly not a terrible pick though. Like, just on paper against, like, comp to comp. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. Oh, thank the Lord. 2 hours at the sand pits. Holy shit, man. I thought there was a bug. Let's do some barrels after we're done here. Like, I don't want to do more skilling, okay? So, we're gonna get our buckets of sand, and then we're gonna dip. And then we're gonna do some... So we're gonna do like, maybe like 5 chests of barrels. And then, we'll see how tired I am, and if I'm super tired, I'll call it a day. If not, we will make our way to Lunar Isle and set up for crafting. Get your 14-day trial of ExpressVPN now and a Hextech chest. Holy! I'm actually using Surfshark right now to play RuneScape because Taiwan has been completely ISP banned from JackX, and right now Surfshark is not blocking, it's interfering with my connection to Google. So can I use Google search? I have to use fucking Bing search. You are fucking joking me, dude. I'm using their like split tunneling as well, you know? So where I only pass certain apps through the VPN traffic and leave the rest alone. And it's still doing that. It's still interrupting Google. Or not interrupting, interfering with Google's connection. It's so fucking bizarre. OBS connection looks okay for now, but that's also because we're playing RuneScape and watching YouTube video and streaming at the same time, and not, you know, doing something like Apex or League that requires, you know, Good ping. Holy fuck, that Mickey X Nautilus hook was crazy. He just hooked into like the whole wave, hoping to thread the needle. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Powerful in these early I think this is the cool part of Fearless, as Mickey decides that Mickey needed to go down.
Yeah.
That's you end up with these picks that it is worth spending time for some of these.
They're trying to rush 2 here.
So continuing to step up, obviously super powerful in these early trades. Lethal tempo as well to extend, and they want to keep the trade going. Mickey get a backstep. Won't bother to proc the passive.
That's a huge problem now, because, oh god, he's keeping the lethal tempo up as well. Each of these slight auto attacks in there keep the lethal tempo stacks up. They'll fall off now just about, but now they've lost so much HP, they've lost control of the wave.
Mickey making sure not to risk too much there. We'll start to back away. Heal uses level 2, starts to come through. Jun now a threat. That level 1 with just the headbutt, not too concerning.
I was going to say, the wave was pushing away from them, so Giant...
Yeah, like, Mickey upset went in, but then, because they don't have AoE, they couldn't tick 2 at the same time as they went in, so they just kept hitting each other at level 1, so there's like no kill pressure there. If they're playing something like, I don't know, like Isa or something, and they just throws a Q and just kills like the caster creeps or whatever, or the melee creeps while they were trading, and they got level 2, holy fucking Nautilus, Flash E, Isa Flash W, okay. Enemy bot is dead. But no, that didn't happen, because playing a single target, Nautilus 1Q, yeah. Damn, upset with a coal. It's farming for late. Silver with her longsword makes sense. She wants to get her spike ASAP. Oh my god. What the fuck? Wait.
Recall.
And this is really nice stuff coming out from Fnatic. You take a mistake or a good trade in a lane, and you make sure that both lanes are on your side of the map, and you can start really freezing the other team off of choices who want to go towards.
Platform Masquerade, Razork flag, the drag, nowhere for Noah to go. Except for the grave. Masquerade finding first blood.
And that is the capitalization of the lane swap. The waves are away for GX, they have to collect them anyway, and they lose the first blood as they go and overextend for it.
And again, Razor kind of coming out in these early stages looking great. Isma on the Nidalee would like to try and get some...
Alright. 4.8k buckets of sand. Realistically, it's somewhere closer to 5.6k because of the stash that we already have in our bank. And but, let's look at how much gold do we have in our bank. 30 bucks! 30 solid GP in our bank. Holy. That's wild. We are so poor. Yeah, we have 5.5k buckets. So if we just do like a conservative estimation, 5588 times. Shit, what's the conversion again? $18 to 3 times 1.6 times 1.6. That's about 9,000 molten glass times 55. So we have 491k XP banked. 491k XP. And put us at 1.6 mil XP. 1.6 mil. So probably around... Oh, 77. Level 77. Almost 78. It's pretty good. If we get to 78, we can just use a Poison Chalice to boost our crafting by 1. And then we can get... what's that thing called? We can boost our crafting by 1 and get our Black Dragon Van braces. Yep. Give me a sec. Let me resize the window. There we go. Right. Do we want to do barrels right now? I kind of want to. Okay. I'm gonna do a clue step. Okay. So how I'm gonna do the clue step is I'm gonna drop this clue step that I know I can do once I get 79 crafting, and then I'm gonna open this and check the step and see if it's something that we can finish. Because right now we have 4 steps on this elite clue scroll. Ooh, 4 steps. That's a big gamba, actually. You know what? We'll wait a little bit. Because if we gamba, and this is something that we cannot do, or we do this one, and then we hit a next step, that's also like a gate behind a skill requirement. That means we will have to drop one of the scrolls. Which, honestly, isn't really that bad. Because we're going to be getting a lot of scrolls from doing barrels anyway, so do we really care about these elite dupes? We probably do, huh? Okay, you know what? Let's just go to Lunar Isle. We'll go to Lunar Isle. We'll wear this. We'll wear... whatever, we'll wear this. It's fine. Actually, no, we'll wear a Ring of Dueling. And then we will make some Astro runes while we're there. Might as well, yeah? Let's go. Change our spellbook and make a batch of Astros at the same time. And then we will make our glass. And then... yeah, we might as well just blow our glass, actually. Yeah, I thought about it again and I realized... yeah, maybe we don't want to waste our chances of getting elite clues. You know, by doing barrels right now. 55, okay, not bad. Bonk. Oh! Jesus, 10 damage. What the hell? Okay. Oh. I forgot to send my prayers. I forgot to change my spellbook. Oh my god, man. We'll do another one. We'll do another trip. Dude, fucking A. Okay, gotta remember to pray this time. Let's pray first. Pray first. Then we craft. Nezumi. Okay. I look away for 2 seconds and it's the scoreline is 3 and 4. What the fuck happened? Oh shit. me a sec. Emerald. Hey, I'll take that. That's good. Okay, NPC contact. Where's Super Glass Make? Super Mario. Oh. Super Glass Make. Eh? Huh? Oh. Fire, Air, Astral. Okay. Fire, Air, Astral. Oh, I wish I had a Dust Battle Staff, man. Alas, I do not. But I wish I did. Okay, so... Oh, we do have Dust Runes, though, right? Yeah, we have Dust Runes from Guardians of the Rift. Does that work? Am I stupid? Huh? What? Air and Earth. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoa. Wait, what is air? What is air and fire? What is air and fire? Hold up. Combination runes. Smoke. There we go, there we go. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Um... Okay. I think I'll do this for now. Because it's easier for us to get air runes by rune crafting, right? Because we have a lot of multiplier from this. Yeah, but wait, but realistically, okay, realistically speaking, yeah, we've got a lot of multiplier from this, right? Compared to the 3 per fire. But realistically speaking, when are we gonna use the dust runes? Or smoke rune? Yeah, whatever. I'll keep them just in case, but I've got a feeling that I won't be using these very often. So I probably should be using these here. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Let's see here. So it's 18. And we change shift click to 1. There. Okay. Hey, Killer 444, what's up? Oh. I still got over 18, right? Yeah, I still got over 18 there just now. Okay. You need help? Four. Oh, that's a big batch. Holy shit. 47 plus 8. 35? 35 molten glass, holy. You need coins? Bro, I'm playing on Iron Man. I can trade with other players. Yeah, I'm playing on Iron Man, so I can either use like trade or GE. Yeah. I could tell you where to make money though. If you want to do something like AFK friendly, you could do thieving at Varlamore and pickpocket wealthy citizens at level 50. So those guys, you cannot fail pickpocketing them. If you know, like if you pickpocketed them at certain windows, you cannot fail pickpocketing. So that means you don't have to worry about like banking or like, you know, going back and whatever. And you can probably get around 150 KGP within an hour doing that. And as your thieving level gets higher, you can also steal from the gem stalls over there to get gem income and money income. Yeah, I'm an Iron Man. Yeah, you can see from the icon on the bottom left. Yeah. Bank value is 91999 bill? I don't think so. Is it? No, it's only 92 million at most. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that rich. I have no money right now. Okay, if I had to give you money, if I wasn't an Iron Man, I have to give you money, I'd give you 30 gold. That's how much gold I have right now. You're asking the wrong guy. We're trying to make money now. Well, we are trying to make money in the future, right? I need to do barrels, get tank gear, and then do perilous moons, so that I can convert the battle staves into gold by through high alchemy. So. Okay, this will take a while. Will we have enough Astro Runes, actually? Let me see. 5372 divided by 18. I need about 300 casts. 300 casts. So 600 Astros. Astros and 3,000 air. Okay, we have enough. Oh shit. Oh, which motherfucker dropped that? That's so annoying. Used to clicking back in my inventory. I should use the deposit all button more. It's already locked the slot. Oh, we'll build that into our muscle memory eventually. Okay, let's see. How's the game going? Holy shit, 10-11. Close game. Goddamn G4 value. Holy shit. A lot of crowd control. There we go. I'm gonna get a fucking carpal tunnel by the end of this. Oh, we might get a magic level from doing this, actually. Pretty close to leveling up. Forgot about that, actually. Does that put me at 64 or 65? 65. Nice. Oh, shit. Ah, the animation lockout is so long. Like I just finished doing Zora or something. The guy that just came in with the full void, the blowpipe. What? Another 35 drop. Holy. I need to change this to shift click 1 as well, so I can correct my inventory. Look at that nice stack of molten glass. Oh my god. 55k for crafting already banked. Let's go. Actually, it's over 55k. Oh, what is that? Rapier? Oh, okay. He's using... Oh, this guy has the... lead Fremennik that I already done. Holy. Because he can use the bank without the Sea of Passage. There we go. 19 clicks. Okay. Almost there, almost there. We're 10%, 20% of the way there. Yeah, and then once we're done making the glass, we can change our spellbook, and then I can blow the glass tomorrow at work. And it'll be like pretty AFK and chill. It's nice. And then once we do that, I'll have enough to make my Black Beehive Embraces, and we can finish the clue tomorrow, hopefully. And then after we finish the clue, we can do barrels. Because it frees up a slot in our blue scroll box storage. It'd be cool to get a third age on this account. Yeah, third age on the Araman account. Oh, so sick actually. Oh my god. Fnatic a Baron. Oh, that's a huge cataclysm. Oh, Fnatic won. Fnatic won. Holy shit, Rise AoE. Damn. Okay, that was a big fight. 17. Okay. There we go. It's gonna put a dent on my air rune supplies, that's for sure. I do need some air runes left over, not just for combat, but also for making combination runes. Combination runes at the Guardians of the Rift, yeah. Yeah, because making combination runes is really gonna speed up point gain. So I can, you know, get the final piece of the Eye of the Remnant here. And then after that, we can just kind of chill. We don't need to go super hard on the hybrid runes, because I'm just gonna be there to make catalytic runes, like death runes, blood runes, nature runes. We need nature runes. We need a lot of nature runes. A lot of natures, a lot of bloods. Death is kind of okay, because we're gonna be doing a lot of barrels, so we're gonna have a lot of blood death runes saved up. We also need a lot of soul runes and astral runes, which we cannot get from Guardians of the Rift unless we get like lucky with the intricate pouch. But that's super RNG and not like reliable. Might end up having to like actually buy them from stores instead, like rune shops, which is not ideal. It's not ideal. So we don't have money. But another way is for us to craft them. So we can craft them. At 77 runecraft, I can make blood runes myself. But for soul runes, I'm gonna need higher level, I think. And also for astral runes, I don't want to really go and make them until I get 82 runecrafting, because that's when I get to make 2 astrals for rune essence. Yeah, that's gonna double our gain. And since we have to do like these trips manually, like on Lunar Island, this is gonna cut down the number of trips that we need by half. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to actively craft astral runes until I get 82 rune crafting, and that just means more time spent at Guardians of the Rift. Okay, yeah, okay. I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go insane from Guardians of the Rift, man. At least, we have the Abyssal Lantern now, so things are gonna go a lot smoother. The only issue is I need 90 wood cutting to cut bloodwood trees, so I can stop my pouches from degrading. Because if I do that, I can save on even more astral runes when training runecrafting, which is, we need every bit of savings we can get. So Alright, Fnatic's ending the game.
Out he goes, a second life for Razor. Happy to have it, but there's no wave. Lot backstepping. The wave there for GX. Isma waiting to come over. Massive shield goes in for Poby. Lot needs to backstep. Oscar Renin now in trouble, but finally the bot wave is here.
Oh, they're backing off.
Do they need one more fight, or will they go for the close?
Oh, they're going for the end here. Oh my god. Holy shit, Poby damage. Rise damage. Okay. Death cap rise. OP. Damn, Fnatic 3-0. Yeah, after that game 1, really who's surprised that GX got 3-0 after that game 1? They lost with a 10k gold lead, man. How can they win? How? It's not happening. Alright, so who plays Fnatic tomorrow? Or next series? Is it KC? It's either KC or MCoy, right? I wish there's like a bulk pickup option, but no, that'd be too OP in the wilderness. Okay, almost leveled up my magic. What about my crafting actually? I am also getting crafting XP here. We might hit... Can we hit 75 from just super glass making alone? Probably not, right? Probably not. Probably not. Not enough, not enough. We could maybe get 75 crafting alone by super glass making plus cutting all our gems here. We have quite a few gems saved up from pickpocketing, not pickpocketing, stealing from gem stores. So
That was quick. That was quick.
that
It
was
very unusual of you guys. Only some misplays in game 1, but after that everything was super clean. What happened between game 1 and the rest of the series?
Well, I mean, I think game 1 we should have lost. I think Giants mega choked it, honestly. But yeah, we made a lot of mistakes and then it was hard to play. We need to get our combos with the Nocturne, Rakan, but they were actually reacting pretty well to it. And game 2 and 3, I think we had better draft. We were very comfortable with our champions and we just took over the game with Drakes. I felt like we got sold all 3 games, so it was pretty chill.
Yeah, did you expect to 3-0 or at least if not 3-0 then this
yeah, they did get sold, I think, all 3 games. It's wild.
No, for sure I didn't expect that it was going to be a 3-0. I think from our practice, we were kind of beating or almost beating every team, but I think Giants was the one that was the hardest for us. Like,
really?
I think we were suffering a lot versus them.
Interesting.
So I was coming in today with the expectations that this was going to be a tough series. Yeah, I mean, after we won the game 1, probably they like collapsed.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Got tilted too, but
holy shit.
Yeah, they didn't bounce back on the game 2 and 3, and I think we played pretty solid that games.
Yeah, that is a mental break here, and you guys took the best of it on this game. When I think of Fnatic, you came back this summer with a change within the team, replacing mid lane, which is not an easy role. Gets even worse when it's an import, but you guys handled it so well. And you were talking through so many interviews, we've talked about this on stage, the fact that Hobie brought new vibes. Replacing a player brought new vibes. So one split down on the way to Madrid, how do you reflect on
one more cast
from Fnatic? with this change.
And we get 85 magic.
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure we are improving a lot.
Level
I
up,
think one
completed.
main difference that it's from the last split, I feel like we didn't take the coil loss
Fishing
too
guild,
hard. I feel like we would
teleport
have
target,
been a bit
2
mental
McKinn's
after that loss,
Shadow.
but I feel like this week we still practice.
We're not
very
getting that
well,
anytime
and
soon, but that's
everyone
cool to
was,
have
like, still
as
very
a
motivated and
unlock.
hungry to make 2 worlds. Now we're in Madrid. I'm very happy for that. So yeah, I mean, I think Bobby is part of it, but I think the whole mentality of the team has changed.
Absolutely, it's a team effort in the end.
Was that a Merrick? Interesting phrasing.
Before we talk about Madrid, which I assume you're very, very happy about, you've mentioned in a Sheep Esports interview 3 days ago, actually, that in the past you used to be really affected by fans flaming you and fans' reactions, and then you stopped caring or found a way to stop caring, and I feel like a lot of players struggle with this. How did you make it happen? How did you switch your mentality to finally block the noise?
I mean, I feel like you just get used to it. You just like play for a few years in competitive. You realize that the same people that love you one week, they can like hate on you the next one. And I feel like the true fans will.
Like a certain pro player, whose name starts with a B. Yep. One day they can be completely normal and outstanding, and you know, a decent, nice guy, and then the next day you're gonna fucking flame your whole career. Holy.
Support you all the time, and I think in Fnatic is like.
Thank you, Fnatic fan.
I feel like in Fnatic we have a lot of fans, and 95% are very supportive.
95%.
This is just a glimpse of what
Okay.
you're gonna have in Madrid.
Nice
There's
PR
been
talk.
A lot of Fnatic fans, a lot
Good
of
one,
Spanish
Razork.
fans as well. What are you looking forward to the most?
I mean, honestly, when we went to the road trip in Madrid, playing against Koi, it was the most amazing moment ever. Even though we lost, like the whole stadium was with so much energy, and I'm looking forward to do the same. This time against KC, so I'm expecting like more fans from our side there. But I think it's gonna be a really amazing experience.
Absolutely. And yeah, guys, you're gonna have to be loud in Madrid for this guy. Give him the best day possible. Now, do you have... We see your bot lane right in front of us, ready for PGL. Is there anything you want to say to Upset and Mickey?
I don't know, my ADC has such a big balls, I feel like. He just plays one scrim game of Vayne and he pops it, and he kind of smurfed it, I think. And Mickey with his spike, so I don't know, I think you guys played very well, so good job.
Good job, and good job to you as well, Razork. Thank you so much for the
Thank
interview.
you.
Looking forward to seeing you in Madrid. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're gonna switch to PGL right in front of us. Shogs, take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. Indeed, we're here in PGL with Jack Spectra, but more importantly, perhaps, with the bot lane
Jack
of
Spectra's on the
Fnatic,
desk now.
Upset and Mickey.
Ooh,
Upset, first
interesting.
thoughts after this. I want to say it was a comfortable 3-0, but there were some difficult moments nonetheless, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
I mean, when you're 11k gold behind and they have Elder and Baron, could say it's a difficult moment, I guess. But for us, it was like very... That's our comfort zone, like 11k down, Baron, Elder, and we managed to clutch it.
Yeah, Mickey, you want to talk about that first game a little bit? Because we were having a lot of conversations on the desk about like what is worth it for either side, right? Because you have the dragon stacking, but Giant X is giving it up, but they win some of the skirmishes. Like, what did you think about the game state before you won it?
I mean, getting the Cloud Soul was pretty clutch.
Yeah.
I think with a different soul, maybe it would not be as easy to play the team fights.
Yeah, the movement speed
we
on
kinda lucky on
after
that side,
Xayah ult
but
is really massive.
In general, I would say the 4 dragons against 3 grubs should be beneficial for us.
But Atakan did just go their way also. But let's not linger on game 1, right, Jack Spectra?
No, I mean, overall I was really surprised. I thought Giant X might win, because I've just been hearing they're so good in scrims. There's been other players as well thinking that based on scrims that they would be better. What do you think happened to them? Do you think it was just mental boom after game 1, or
yeah, for
how
sure,
did they
bro.
just collapse?
I mean, I was never very impressed with them in scrims, honestly. I thought they were fine, but...
Yo, Upset laying down the heat right after what Razork said. Yo, Razork was trying to be, you know, I guess, well, sportsmanlike is probably the word, but you know, he's trying not to, you know, make them feel too bad about themselves after losing. But this guy's just like, Yeah, they kind of suck in scrims. Yeah, yeah. I kind of just never noticed them. No, just kidding. I'm putting words in his mouth, but that's crazy.
Like, they were not like cooking us or anything. Like,
Yeah. I was just saying that they're not like anything special, right? Like, whereas Razork was like, oh, they actually were better than most of the scrim partners. So, you know, I was surprised that I 3-0'd them.
I have a good win rate this year against them in scrims overall, so I wasn't really worried about that. And yeah, I think mentally wise, that game 1 was very tough for them. And I also felt like their bot lane was under a lot of pressure. And it kind of snowballed a lot, the mental game on bot.
They were
so
the ex-Fnatic mid laner, bot laners.
Team, and I thought they were clearly the 5th best team for sure.
Not any higher. It is Fnatic that goes on now to play next Friday. But to talk
Oh,
a
it's
little
next
bit about
Friday.
games as well, the Pike came out in game 2. Dracos was talking a lot about it. Honestly, how do you feel about Pike currently?
I mean, it's very niche, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
They kind of blinded Brom, and I had.
It's a lot harder. It's more niche than Bard, that's for sure. Even though they kind of fulfill like somewhat similar roles, they're like roaming supports. But Pike has more kill pressure, and then Bard has more disruption and facilitation. But yeah.
At Kai'Sa, so I kind of want to pick a melee champ with Kai'Sa, but you know, Pike is also just pretty good into Brom. I think I played once when I played Brom Kog'Maw, we played against a Pike. It was kind of hard to play.
Oh really?
Love your quote. Did you say that?
Did I?
I don't know if you did.
I didn't say that.
Hilly said that.
Hilly said.
You miss on a hooks you don't throw.
Allegedly.
Yeah, it was a bit rough in lane, but after that I think I started hitting some here and there.
It was rough. We were 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, but I was missing hooks.
Okay.
Yeah, but his counter is different than yours, right? You're looking at CS, but Upset, are you familiar with Vayne spotting?
Yeah. Very well for me, but I think I did just fine this game, honestly.
I think you did incredible, honestly. For people that are not aware, Vayne spotting, it's an old meme. It's like where you would kind of look at games and wait for the Vayne to make a misplay because they feel overzealous in their ultimate, right? Is that correct, Upset?
Yeah, it's like Lee Syndrome, kind of. Like the Vayne just going way too fast and queuing into 5 people and dying, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the modern Kai'Sals going way too deep every fight.
I mean, for some, yeah. For sure.
Not for you. Jack, is your Vayne better than Upset's or?
No, I wouldn't.
No, definitely not.
But I was really impressed by the fact that you just pulled out the Vayne and played like this. Have you played much Vayne recently, or it's just like you saw the enemy comp, it's a perfect Vayne game, and you just went for it?
I played Vayne top yesterday against Poby, and I solo killed him level 3. He gave me a lot of confidence, honestly, after that, so I knew I had to pick it today.
Okay.
Yeah, I played it a little bit, but it's
Poby setting up his bot laner for success.
She's so fun.
It's also the favorite champion of Paula, so I'm always happy if I can pick it for some brownie points, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Win it, so.
I really love this champ for sure, yeah.
Yeah, great champion indeed, also niche, and I think it's good to have that in your back pocket when you're going into, like, of course, the further best of 5s.
Yeah, especially like for Fearless.
Also, Upset, I noticed, I don't know if it was Finn or Jack saying during game 1 that you're so good at, okay, excuse my French, but when, let's say, your jungler is inting a little bit in a game or the game state is not going your way, you're so good at just keeping focus. You won't get caught out. You're going to get the wave. You're going to make sure that you're positioned well for the later fights, which I think in part also helped you guys win that first game. Like, how do you switch off all the noise and just focus on what you're supposed to be doing?
I mean, it mostly comes from scrims, I guess. It's just this region you have to learn how to play when people are trolling a lot. So it's just normal, honestly. But it also just comes with experience. I think like with time you see that the stage games are usually very slow, and it's just important to not get flustered, and you will usually always get another chance on stage games. It's not like the game is just exploding because somebody did a mistake. And I think Ivan also did really a lot of good things, but I think that's always the flip side. If you have a playmaker in your team, sometimes he's going to show up and carry you, and sometimes you need to step up and try to carry him, right? Even if he's having a bad game. So I think it's mostly just down to experience, yeah.
Makes sense. Speaking of, our Kia player of the series was Oscarinen, and I think he had a tremendous series. Can we get an applause for our Kia player of the series? Thank you. And Jack, you know, I'm sometimes, you know, sometimes it doesn't work out, but most of the time it does. And I actually feel that in this case, he really, I don't know, drove a lot of games home for me with the steady position that he had in the top lane, because Lot also quietly had a really good series.
Yeah, I think both on the Rek'Sai and on the Cho'Gath, felt like he was a real difference maker in the team fights. I don't know, did you guys think that top lane, not that it would be an issue in this series, but were you surprised by how well he played? I don't know how to say this without sounding
Yeah, without, because we're not trying to.
What the fuck? What are you implying, Jack Spectra? Are you saying he's a fucking dirty inter whenever you guys play Azir? Azir Rumble especially?
Yeah, I was surprised he played well. I thought he was gonna run it down.
Mickey?
I guess. Surprised he played well. I thought he was gonna run it down.
Mickey?
I guess.
I mean, he was playing really OP champs as well, like joking to excited. But yeah, he played really well. I think also the Rumble game, he got a little bit into it. In the
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I was fucking flaming the fuck out of Oscar during the game 1 when he played Rumble Azir, man. Every time you play Rumble Azir and Azir is winning and catching side waves, you're fucking dying on sides as weak side. How's this legal, Oscar Renan? You're doing the same comp the entire season and you cannot do it right.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think he had some good rules. That was a fun.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, you're going to Madrid next then. Mickey, of course, last time in Madrid, it was awesome. We heard from Oscar, but obviously we also remember that ending of the game versus MKOI. I don't know if you do. That was insane. But tell me a little bit about the experience that you had then and the experience you're hoping to have there. Now, knowing that, just one more best of 5 and you're at the World Championship.
Damn.
Well, hopefully this time Bobby will bet Lich Bane if we're
Yeah, I was thinking
But yeah, I mean, I think we can do it for sure. I think it's gonna be a tough one, but I'm looking forward to playing in front of the crowd. I think last time I was very hyped, so looking forward to it again.
And that is versus KC.
Predictions?
Oh, it's KC.
3-1 KC.
2-0. Upset, same question for you. Also, the added context that Fnatic as an organization has not missed Worlds since 2016, and I know that's also a huge goal for you. So yeah, tell me how you're kind of looking forward to that opportunity to prove that you deserve to be at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absolutely huge, I think, for the org and for everyone. I think everyone in our team has been working pretty hard recently, and I would really be happy for our team if we can make it, especially for Poby. He just came here this split, and he is like a very young person, and I think it would be really a great experience for him to play internationally.
Yeah,
Dude,
absolutely.
Oh my god, I just realized Poby compared to everyone else on the team is so young. Maybe Oscarin is closer to Poby in age than, you know, Upset and the others, but Upset, Mickey, Razork, they're like the old guards at this point, man. Which is crazy to think, because Razork used to be like the rookie jungle of the split and all that stuff, right? But now he's like a veteran, basically. Oh my god, how the times have changed.
Missed during this series?
A lot of mental, I think. I think that the feelings on game 1 was that this would be a very good series for us.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, it's like someone, I don't remember who, said to Noah to solo Drake, and then Lot engaged alone, and then Jackies wanted to go their Nexus or something. It was like so messy. And after, since the whole moment was like confused, then I think we couldn't bounce back, and
that sucks.
I couldn't make them bounce back, so I think like overall just missed a lot of mental, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Razak was mentioning it on stage, of course, we've talked about it. The heartbreaking game 1, really. Did you feel like your players were different after that in the way they were communicating?
Yeah, for sure. But I felt I was different too, and the rest of the staff. I think we were all affected and we're all different. So it's not only a player thing. That's why I think it affected, but like it's hard for me to know as well, or I don't want to be here saying that like we would have won the series if it was not that game 1. It affected, but no.
It's hard to say, but definitely the momentum for the series will be in GX's favor if they won game 1 by a lot, because it's like Fnatic's comfort draft.
Why were we as a staff not able to make them come back on the mental aspect? And that's the only thing
That's tough,
that I
man.
think we should
That's
take from this series.
Yeah, and
it's
when
no-win
thinking
situation
about
for
your season, the whole year,
players and
having to
pushing staff.
find a new jungler after Closer stepped down.
Oh, Uspa is leaving?
Noah having some issues as well. I feel like you had a lot of things to handle, a lot of things to take care of with this group of players, and we saw the progress. We knew about the progress. You heard about them on scrims and everything. What will you note from this year? What will you keep with you from this year?
I mean, so on the problem side, I think that this is something that every league team has. Every team that is right now fighting for the championship also had their issues. So I don't think that like that is something that we should hide behind. But what I take from this year, I think that this was one of the funniest group of people that I had the chance to work with.
Bunch of pranksters
and
on
a
GX.
lot of growth, both theirs but also mine. And I don't know, it's like right now it's hard to do like a reflection of what we really take from this split, but
yeah,
I will take a lot
that's
of
fair.
the memories for sure.
Yeah.
I don't leave with like I mean, I do leave with a bad taste because of how we lost, but I don't leave with a bad taste of the split or of the year. And yeah, that's like once this sourness passes, I think those are the things that I'll remember the most from this year. Yeah.
I mean,
That's nice.
GX was extremely interesting and entertaining to watch.
Very mature
I
answer.
still remember the
Respect.
support from your fans in Spain during the roadshow, and overall, even the support from fans every week.
Man, the
GX
way they
fans.
lost,
Is there
it
anything
must
you would
suck
like
to be on
share
GX,
with
man.
them today?
Just thank you. They are amazing. Not only the or obviously mainly the GX fans, but every fan that decided to stand behind this dream of a small team being able to make it to Worlds and upset this top 4 teams. We didn't do it, but know that we tried everything. We did everything that we could.
Like a Schalke run.
A lot of disappointment.
Unlikely
Very
underdogs.
few regrets from this split, and I hope that not today, but from the rest of the split, we were a team that people could enjoy seeing, that we created narratives that people enjoyed for us and for the leagues, and overall that the fans felt connected to support.
Well, thank you for the memories.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good vibes. Send them a lot of love, please, on Twitch, on social media, everywhere. Giloto, thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura.
A big applause here, once again, also from the fans in the studio. Yeah, they were super entertaining. Not everybody can win, and they definitely fought for it, Jack, but I've definitely enjoyed watching their journey this year.
For sure. It's been wonderful to see their growth, especially Isma. I think when he came in, he looked rough and the team wasn't meshing, and seeing their growth playing around him and just improvement in general. I'm still I have a bitter taste in my mouth because I feel like they had the potential to be so much more, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
That is how the cookie crumbles. So, Mickey, some final words for the Fnatic fans that are here and that you will be seeing in Madrid, perhaps?
Well, thank you for supporting us so far and going forward.
So far.
It's been not the easiest split, I guess, but we made it to Madrid, so see you there.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Awesome. With that, that was our very last show from the LEC studio for 2025. We're going to take a week-long break, but then we will be in Madrid for the rest of the summer split. It will be KC and Fnatic kicking us off on Friday, the 26th of September. And the winner will be facing off against Movistar Koi on Saturday. And then G2 will be waiting in our summer final on Sunday, the 28th. It's going to be an amazing weekend. Thank you for being here in the studio, all the fans this entire year. We really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping up the energy. And we'll see you all in Madrid to close out the year. Bye-bye. Adios.
All right. Now it's what, 26? So that's next Friday. Yeah, next Friday is when Fnatic and KC plays. Yeah. It's still so weird saying that MKOI is the final boss of the lower bracket. That's so weird. That's so weird, man. Ah, MKOI, dude. I don't know. I never know what to feel about that team. I don't think that team is that good. they're mostly just riding off the coattails of Alioya oftentimes. I mean, Supa has his moments sometimes, and Miraman has his moments sometimes, depending on the draft, but I never really vibed with Mkoi or Mad Lions. Super hard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the spiciest episode of the Monty and Wolf Show. Digon here, alongside Wolf, and it's not the spiciest just because all the games. It's also the spiciest because Wolf is not wearing a hat.
That's right. Everyone's always wondering, is Wolf wearing a hat? Is he not wearing a hat? Is his camera working? Camera working, no hat. This is why I wear a hat. You know, it looks okay, but you know, sometimes you just want to put a hat on. Digon's just rocking hatless and has gone a little pink.
Yeah, I'm supporting you, man. I followed your lead. I was ready to go get my hat. You didn't have a hat. It's something that the comments always talk about. And no hat Wolf, eat it up. Just like T1 and Gen G downfallers, eating good this week. Lots of like some of the biggest upsets of the year in the LCK. One of the biggest upsets of the year in the whole world of LoL esports, especially with the world's implications that are on the line as well. Very, very funny what KT did, not only to Gen G, but to Hanwha and T1, and then ultimately T1 fans. But let's start at the beginning of LCK playoffs. Fans. This format, unique in nature, where you have two opening matches and the losers will drop down to losers bracket. But from there, it's a gauntlet. And that is the unique thing about this playoffs. The upper bracket losers get seeded. They're not like, oh, winners play whatever. They get seeded based off of the regular season ranking. And so that created a lot of this unique situation of like, okay, well, you know, if KT win, then it'll just be T1 or Hanwha dropping down to the lower side, and then KT ultimately will lose to Gen G, right? And, you know, they'll be the ones that have to play for their world's lives. Not the case. KT beat the #1 seed, which means they're the ones that drop down to the automatic qualifier for Worlds as the 4th place seed. That is the lowest that Gen G could finish. And that means the loser of the T1 and Hanwha Life Esports match is playing for Worlds. They're trying to get out of 5th place.
That's wild.
I mean, it just created stakes that I don't think anyone could have imagined here, Wolf, off the jump. Like, no one could imagine that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's crazy where we ended up with these big upsets coming through, and the way that the bracket now looks, we actually have either Hanwha or KT in the finals, like by default, right? Which is crazy because if you'd asked me who's going to go to the finals last week, I would have been like, oh yeah, it's probably Gen G T1 finals. You know, like that seems likely. But even with the somewhat rocky performance we saw from T1 against D+, where Carrier's Blitzcrank hook, you know, got them the win, I think that might have been possibly a warning sign, that series, that we should have taken and been like, oh man, T+ looking a little bit shaky. I kind of felt that way initially, but I was like, I don't know, D+ looking a little bit better, but also T1 kind of do this sometimes in the early parts of playoffs and right before playoffs, where they don't perform as well as they will later on, and if you underestimate them, you'll make a mistake like KT did when they picked them, right? That was like one of those iconic moments where T1 was kind of looking a little shaky, KT's like, oh, we picked them, and it was a mistake. But drafting issues for T1 showing up again, you know, the issues we saw in the D+ series showing up big in their Hanwha series, and this bracket ended up being quite unusual, right? Like, we had the series we expected to go very one-sided, the Gen G KT series ended up being a 5-game banger, one of the best series of the year. And then you had the other series, which we expected to be a long, slog, grueling 5-game series with a lot of draft depth, need to be digged into. And like, we're like, ooh, I don't know. Both of these teams' draft depth is a little bit questionable at times. And then it's just a 3-0 stop. Like, that one's not even a series. It's not even a game.
Yeah. It was just a sight to behold, as I think you and Atlas called out when I was on the broadcast. It was my first time I got to be inside the LCK arena to watch a series, and man, shortest series ever. I got in during game 3, and that was the end of the series. I was like, okay, here comes the comeback, and we'll get into that series. Let's start off with how we got there with the opening round matches, and it didn't start with T1D+. It started, it started with T1D+, but we're going to start with BNKKT, because this was a series that I think it showed us why KT were back. It showed us why. Not in game number 1, because in game number 1, I was sitting in the back, and the running joke was, man, imagine voting Raptor for 3rd team All-Pro, baby. I was eating good. Raptor was running the rift on the Xin Zhao. Looked great. KT looked out of sorts, and more importantly, Cuz looked out of sorts. And then after that, Cuz said, hold on, I am greatness personified. I am going back to Worlds. You wait. And he took over the series, ended up winning POM, had some huge plays, had some year-saving plays. The Silas Zonia by the Baron. It was a great performance by non-BDD players, Wolf. And I think we should have taken a little bit more out of that, but I think it was hard because also we were
KT is carried by BDD a lot of times.
They were playing as well, and
whatever they went to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, every game was different. It was not the way that KT beat Genji, which we'll get to a little bit later, felt like more of a strong theme with around 2 players the whole time. Whereas in this series, it was like every player had his game, right? And Cuz ended up getting the POM, but there were a few other votes you could have gone for. Game 1 was insane by BNK though. They were able to match KT's super aggressive plays early. They had the Otacon setup where they had Vikla on Talia, and he was able to wall them, and they turn off of the Otacon while it's actually the aggro is being held by Raptor in that first game. So he's sitting on the Otacon, maintaining the aggro, getting it lower. They look for the fight. They don't actually throw, and it's like these types of situations that you don't see from Rise Group teams, like BNK, not known for that level of discipline, was really cool to see. I do think KT earned it in the rest of the series. We had Perfect on Aatrox getting that massive Q3 and that big team fight. There was then later on, obviously, the Cuz Silas play you mentioned, BDD popping off on Tristana and the Tristana Jhin composition, which is again an unusual comp, but they had the Nico to back it up, and they had the double melee of the Silas and the Renekton, so cool drafting there by KT. I think the drafting was really bad for a lot of this series for BNK. They tried to do their thing where they're like, we have Raptor and he's going to gank early, but he's playing Skarner and we're playing into Nico. And then they tried to do some stuff like that with the Nefiri as well, and it just didn't work out the same way that it did in previous series. There was also the BDD Cuz, Vi Syndra game where they had insane synergy that's mind linked in that final and 4th game, where it just felt like, okay, this draft is risky. Not sure if KT's going to pull this off. Not sure what's going to happen. And then it's just BDD absolutely smashes Vikla in lane, and then goes around the map with Cuz, just taking people's heads off repeatedly, and played basically a perfect game of Syndra. And this was kind of a sign that KT can cook a little bit. I think we haven't really thought about KT as a team that's been very unique with its drafts, especially because Perfect's champion pool seemed so small that it felt like they were so limited in what they could potentially do. And BDD is just reminding people that he's actually been one of the best mid laners for the last 6 years. And he's like, oh, remember when I played Syndra? He's like, yeah, I was actually the best Syndra player. He's like, remember when I played Zoe? Yeah, I'm pretty good at that champion as well. He's just reminding people he can play Tristana as well. He's like, yeah, no one's really playing Tristana right now, but I also do that, and I do it really well. And we pull out an AP jungler in the Silas. So KT, when these, I want to think of these first series, the BNK KT series and the D plus T1 series, as maybe kind of indicators we could have predicted that the upsets could have happened that happened later. But I think none of us were ready to trust. I saw this KT series and I was like, it was a really good performance. It was one of those moments where Cuz has the cool Silas play. but it was a little bit of a struggle there. Like, it wasn't a clean game. It was very impressive what we saw in the end, but I think the game should have been cleaner. Like, if KT is going to have any chance of beating Gen G, it's not going to look like this. Like, it's going to have to look way better for KT. And, you know, everybody knows I love KT. They're my favorite team, right? This is very obvious, I think. I haven't really said it out loud too much. Everyone has said it instead of me. Like, everyone knows Wolf loves KT. I'm just ready to say, yeah, no, I love KT. They're my favorite team. They've been my favorite team for a long time. But, like, I wasn't ready to get super excited. No excited KT puns intended. I wasn't ready to trust, let's say, this team. Even though I felt like I had to like psych myself out. I was like, no, Wolf, like it's just B&K, bro. Like, chill, you know. They're actually not that good.
Holy
like,
shit.
It's not actually
reverse
that good of a
gaslighting.
setup, man.
I think they were the dark horse to make it out, though. I think that's why, like, I was dismissing KT because I was like, oh well, they stopped the dark horse, so okay, good, but still, like, I don't know. I feel like we could have given more credit there to KT.
I wasn't. Yeah, I think we all kind of just told ourselves this was a fluke. This was an anomaly. This wasn't normal, and KT still isn't good. So just let it be. And maybe that's why, because nobody got excited. We all just didn't get excited. We were like, oh yeah, that's just, I don't know. Vikkel played Morgana, lol. So
yeah.
Is KT even good? I don't know. And then we just kind of shrugged it off. And then, you know, the rest is history. We'll talk about it later. But there were some really good moments in this series for both teams. B&K looking really good in that first game, but also keeping game 2 competitive. And then the drafts fell off a lot after that, in my opinion, and they didn't find the synergy, the cohesion they found themselves in when they were leading to this match.
Yeah, it just to hammer the point home, one of the greatest Otacon takes of the year in all of League of Legends esports in that game won by B&K. It was great. There was a game in the LPL that did it during playoffs this past week. I think it was an IG game. They did something similar where they kept the tether going. But I mean, when B&K did that, I was like, oh crap. Did we mess up Coach of the Year? We were dunking on Ryu's drafting, especially from last year. It started getting better through play-ins. Put this thing together. That is a coached thing. And then we'll draft single threat compositions and not helping our best player in Diablo do damage on Sivir, or not get to play the game on Varus against a Vi. It was Vi Syndra. It was Gwen. Who's he gonna hit with Varus? Anyways, but yes, should have seen what's coming there. I think ultimately this series is both teams played to what their potential was. That's what this was, and they're where they could be was on visible for everyone.
Yeah, and it was like, believe it or not, and I chose not to believe.
Yeah,
I chose not to believe KT after this series.
All of us did, except I think most of the roller coaster riders as well. Also, it was more of a relief, like, oh god, we didn't get rised. Let's move on over to T1Z Plus. This series went 5. This is how we kicked off the week. We're like, okay, what D plus are we getting and what T1 are we getting? And we got a rusty T1 throughout the series, testing a little bit in the draft, but more importantly, D plus looking ready to go, and Shiwu carrying over the form that he had from play-ins to playoffs, and again, maybe a preview of what was to come, which was our second team All-Pro Doran looking like we're playing in America, not in Korea, because he did not play well in the next series. But, you know, it's both Shiwu played well, and Doran didn't have the same impact that he's had throughout the year that we've all been hammering home for those that haven't been watching, but all of you that watch the show know what we're talking about. Doran's looked great, but Shiwu looked good in that series. What else jumped out at you about this one?
I mean, I actually thought even though Doran's KDAs were pretty bad in the games, like he sacrificed himself a lot to try to carry his team across the line. Like I even thought about potentially voting for him for POM in that series. There was a lot of different votes he could have gone for. Faker in his good games was very good, but in his less good games was not. The Talia game in particular coming to mind, which was what, game 4, I think. And then you have the the final game, right? Like, the thing that stood out to me about this series was D+ should not have been able to do as much as they did. Aiming had some phenomenal performances. Showmaker pulled out the Tristana, right? He had a good Tristana game. We did end up seeing the Twisted Fate from Showmaker as well, and Lucid pulls out the Kiana, which Kiana just doesn't work in Korea. Right?
24.
I've been talking about this on the Descal. I talked about it on the cast yesterday. Like, I don't want to harp on it too much. I just don't think Kiana works in Korea. But, like, there was some cool drafting from D+, but the execution was bad. And yet still, they were able to bring it to 5. And the fact that T1 only made it to the upper bracket finals, where they were then stomped by Hanwha, they only made it there because Aiming walked into the Blitzcrank hook is actually unreal. Like, if he doesn't get hooked there, and he doesn't die there, and they actually just keep playing out the game and he keeps scaling, it's a very similar situation to what happened to T1 with Viper just yesterday, where you just blow up and die. And, like, he was in such a good position. Aiming had the backup of that side laning Tryndamere, which, like, didn't do damage in that game, but actually was a real threat, and actually was starting to become a problem. And then obviously the Gwen, so it's this, like, 1-3-1 comp that they kind of had set up with the Ivern that makes it difficult to kill the Smolder, has the brush set up. Like, this draft was really cool from D+, and I don't think it was, like, a super powerful draft, like, necessarily. I think that T1's draft was absolutely playable. It's not like they draft gapped them, but all the win conditions were lining up. Aiming was stacking, he was scaling, the side lanes were online. T1 had very...
Oh, another interview that I wanted to finish, actually. Give me a sec. Boy.
What areas am I better than it?
Probably in interviewing CEOs. You're probably better at that. You've got a lot of experience at it. You're a good interviewer. You know a lot about it. If you got GPT-4 to interview a CEO, probably do a worse job.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I agree with that statement. GPT-4, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
But I guess you could
But it
train
may not
one.
be long before.
Yeah, I guess you could train one on this, how I ask questions and
Yeah.
what I do. And
Sure. And if you took a general purpose sort of foundation model, and then you trained it up on not just you, but every interviewer you could find doing interviews like this,
Mhm.
but especially you, you'll probably get to be quite good at doing your job, but probably not as good as you for a while.
Okay, so there's a few areas left, and then super intelligence becomes when it's better than us at all things.
When it's much smarter than you and at almost all things it's better than you.
Better than us at all things.
When it's much smarter than you and at almost all things it's better than you, yeah.
And you say that this might be a decade away or so.
Yeah, it might be. It might be even closer. Some people think it's even closer. It might well be much further. It might be 50 years away. That's still a possibility. It might be that somehow training on human data limits you to not being much smarter than humans. My guess is between 10 and 20 years we'll have superintelligence.
On this point of joblessness, it's something that I've been...
That's pretty funny, what he just said. That, the fact that we're making AIs try to think same way as humans may be limiting their growth. That's pretty funny.
been thinking a lot about in particular because I started...
He may have a point, though. He may have a point. Because if we try to make AIs think using chain of thought in the human tongue, it's probably less efficient than if they used some other encrypted and more efficient language, right, to reason through things. But then if you, yeah, I mean that's like also like one big threat that some of the AI scientists have postulated, that eventually, during the pursuit of, you know, faster learning, more efficient learning, for super intelligence, we will, or AI will, eventually learn a language that encodes more information than a language that has more information density than any human language, right? And that's gonna be a language that humans won't be able to decipher, right? And when that happens, we won't know. We won't know what an AI is thinking, right? And that can be really dangerous, especially when the trend these days is to put AI in charge of self-driving cars, firearms, things like, you know, control systems like elevators and whatnot, these kind of things. Yeah, so when you put somebody on these kind of safety critical jobs and they can't explain to you why they did something in a way that you understand, and you can't adjust their mentality or their way of thinking, it's just a recipe for, well, I mean, it's a recipe for disaster, yes, but it's a recipe for people dying.
Messing around with AI agents, and we released an episode on the podcast actually this morning where we had a debate about AI agents with a CEO of a big AI agent company and a few other people. And it was the first moment where it was another moment where I had a eureka moment about what the future might look like, when I was able in the interview to tell this agent to order all of us drinks, and then 5 minutes later in the interview you see the guy show up with the drinks, and I didn't touch anything. I just told it to order us drinks to the studio.
And you didn't know about who you normally got your drinks from. It figured that out from the web.
Yeah, figured it out because it went on Uber Eats. It has my data, I guess, and we put it on the screen in real time so everyone at home could see the agent going through the internet, picking the drinks, adding a tip for the driver, putting my address in, putting my credit card details in, and then the next thing you see is the drinks show up. So that was one moment, and then the other moment was when I used a tool called Replit, and I built software by just telling the agent what I wanted.
Yes. It's amazing, right?
It's amazing and terrifying at the same time.
Yes.
Because
And if it can build software like that, right?
Yeah.
Remember that the AI, when it's training, is using code. And if it can modify its own code,
it can modify its own
gets quite
behavior.
Scary, right?
Because it can
It can change itself in a way we can't change ourselves.
Yep.
We can't change our innate endowment, right? There's nothing about itself that it couldn't change.
On this point of joblessness, you have kids.
I do.
And they have kids?
No.
They don't have kids, so no grandkids yet. What would you be saying to people about their career prospects in a world of superintelligence? What should we be thinking about?
In the meantime, I'd say it's going to be a long time before it's as good at physical manipulation as us.
Okay.
And so a good bet would be to be a plumber.
Until the humanoid robots show up. In such a world where there is mass joblessness, which is not something that you just predict, but this is something that Sam Altman at OpenAI, I've heard him predict, and many of the CEOs, I mean, Elon Musk, I watched an interview which I'll play on screen of him being asked this question, and it's very rare that you see Elon Musk silent for 12 seconds or whatever it was.
Right.
And then he basically says something about he actually is living in suspended disbelief, i.e. he's basically just not thinking about it.
When you think about advising your children on a career with so much that is changing, what do you tell them is going to be of value?
Well, that is a tough question to answer. I would just say, you know, to sort of follow their heart in terms of what they find interesting to do or fulfilling to do. I mean, if I think about it too hard, frankly, it can be dispiriting and demotivating. Because, I mean, I go through, I've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building the companies, and then I'm like, wait, well, should I be doing this? Because if I'm sacrificing time with friends and family that I would prefer to but then ultimately the AI can do all these things. Does that make sense? I don't know. To some extent, I have to have deliberate suspension of disbelief in order to remain motivated. So I guess I would say just, you know, work on things that you find interesting, fulfilling, and that contribute some good to the rest of society.
Hate to say it, Elon. Building an AGI, as he's been pushing for several years now, almost a decade now, is not the way. Like, I don't think humans are ready for AGI yet. Like, AI, it's the same with the internet. Like, people, not just people, like the government and whatnot, institutions are barely keeping track. No, they're not barely keeping track. They're like way behind on things like internet policies, right? Internet safety. Now they're just catching on, and they're doing stuff like, oh, online safety acts. They're trying to monitor the internet and whatnot. This kind of thing. If people are, you know, sort of ready for the technology, this kind of thing wouldn't happen like 10, 20 years after the internet is born. This kind of thing would happen like within years, maybe months even. If we can't even handle the internet right now, if the society at large can't even handle the internet right now, how are we supposed to be ready to handle AGI? We cannot. Like, we're not ready for it.
Yeah, a lot.
And you can kind of tell from just, you know, the research that's being done these days too, such as from MIT, like how they, you know, sort of exposed that companies or institutions that invest in AI are barely getting any returns. Almost 95% or something around that number of institutions do not see a return in investment when they invest in AI, right? And a lot of times it's not because AI is not helpful, because you just have to use GPT for one day or for one session to find out that it's super helpful in many situations. But so it's not the tools issue, it's the people's issue. Like, us as people, us as users are not ready for this kind of technology. Whether it be regulations or actual, you know, instructional use, like, we are not ready. So yeah, so for the people that are pushing AGI, like, you know, Elon Musk, OpenAI, right, Google, Amazon, the scientists in China, what they're doing right now is they're chasing the technology so that the other company or the other country doesn't get to it first, right? It's like they're racing for racing's sake, right? They're not developing or building the tech because it's gonna benefit us. They're building it so that the other countries or the other faction can't have the tech before them, with zero regards as to whether that technology is even good for us in the first place. So yeah, people in power, people in tech, they are all selfish, greedy little fucks who don't care about, you know, anyone but themselves. Yeah. Because, dude, think about it. Elon Musk builds AGI. Okay, the world is ruined. But hey, by the time AGI is around, he's probably like, what, 60, 70? He's about to be dead. He's gonna die soon. So why does he fucking care? If AI fucking takes over and fucking blows up the whole world, hey, he's already lived 70 years. It's fine. What about the people who are 10, 20, whose life is completely fucking ruined by AI? Right? They're spawn killed. They get born, their life is ruined by AI, and boom, they're fucking dead. Because AI just decides to, you know, gas the whole place or something with like bioweapons. Or, you know, decides to hijack their control systems on their flight and just crush them into like some random building. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. I'm saying that it's a very likely level up. Red DI chaps, Slayer rings, magic birdhouses. Huge. And divine room pouch. Okay, that's not gonna be until much later. Big level. No, stop. Yeah. Yeah, oftentimes the people building the tech aren't gonna live to suffer its consequences. Like, think about Oppenheimer, the guy that built the nuke, right? Is he the one getting nuked? Did he have to live through the radiation? Hell no. Fuck that shit. He's out of there. It doesn't fucking affect him. So yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying AI is a mistake, but AI advancing at this rate is definitely a mistake. People are not ready for it. And we recently just went through something similar with the internet, and people are still not learning. Or maybe they just don't care. I think they just don't care.
A lot of these threats, it's very hard to... Intellectually, you can see the threat, but it's very hard to come to terms with it emotionally.
Yeah.
I haven't come to terms with it emotionally yet.
What do you mean by that?
I haven't come to terms with what the development of superintelligence could do to my children's future. I'm okay. I'm 77. I'm going to be out of here soon.
What the fuck did he just say? And what the fuck did I just say? He's fucking 70. He's nearing 80. Whatever happens with AI's advancement, however it ruins people's lives, it's not gonna affect the people who have built or who are building the system. It's gonna affect people who come after. Fucking hell.
But for my children and my younger friends, my nephews and nieces, and their children, I just don't like to think about what could happen.
Yep.
Why?
Because it could be awful.
Yep.
In what way?
Well, if I ever decided to take over, I mean, it would need people for a while to run the power stations until it designed better analog machines to run the power stations. There's so many ways it could get rid of people.
Yep.
All of which would, of course, be very nasty.
Is that part of the reason you do what you do now?
Yeah. I mean, I think we should be making a huge effort right now to try and figure out if we can develop it safely.
Are you concerned about the midterm impact potentially on your nephews and your kids in terms of their jobs as well?
Yeah, I'm concerned about all that.
Are there any particular industries that you think are most at risk? People talk about the creative industries a lot and it's sort of knowledge work. They talk about lawyers and accountants and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned plumbers. I think plumbers are less at risk.
Okay, I'm going to become a plumber.
Someone like a legal assistant, a paralegal, they're not going to be needed for very long.
And is there a wealth inequality issue here that will rise from this?
Yeah, I think in a society which shared out things fairly, if you get a big increase in productivity, everybody should be better off. But if you can replace it, everybody should be better off. But if you can replace lots of people by AIs, then the people who get replaced will be worse off, and the company that supplies the AIs will be much better off, and the company that uses the AIs. So it's going to increase the gap between rich and poor. And we know that if you look at that gap between rich and poor, that basically tells you how nice a society is. If you have a big gap, you get very nasty societies in which people live in walled communities and put other people in mass jails. It's not good to increase the gap between rich and poor.
The International Monetary Fund has expressed profound concerns that generative AI could cause massive labor disruptions and rising inequality, and has called for policies that prevent this from happening. I read that in the Business Insider. So
Have they given any idea of what the policies should look like?
No.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if AI can make everything much more efficient and get rid of people for most jobs, or have a person assisted by AI doing many, many people's work, it's not obvious what to do about it.
Universal basic income? Give everybody money?
Yeah, I think that's a good start, and it stops people starving. But for a lot of people, their dignity is tied up with their job. I mean, who you think you are is tied up with you doing this job, right?
Yeah.
And if we said, we'll give you the same money just to sit around.
It's, yes, self-actualization, right? In Maslow's hierarchy of need. At the very top is enlightenment and self-fulfillment. If AI is able to do everything for us, if there's nothing for us to work towards, then we cannot find value in our life.
Around, that would impact your dignity.
You said something earlier about it surpassing or being superior to human intelligence. A lot of people, I think, like to believe that AI is on a computer and it's something you can just turn off if you don't like it.
Well, let me tell you why I think it's superior.
Okay.
It's digital. And because it's digital, you can simulate a neural network on one piece of hardware.
Yeah.
And you can simulate exactly the same neural network on a different piece of hardware. So you can have clones of the same intelligence. Now, you could get this one to go off and look at one bit of the internet, and this other one to look at a different bit of the internet. And while they're looking at these different bits of the internet, they can be syncing with each other, so they keep their weights the same. The connection strengths the same. Weights are connection strengths. So this one might look at something on the internet and say, oh, I'd like to increase this strength of this connection a bit. And it can convey that information to this one, so it can increase the strength of that connection a bit based on this one's experience.
And when you say the strength of the connection, you're talking about learning.
That's learning, yes.
Yeah.
Learning consists of saying, instead of this one giving 2.4 votes for whether that one should turn on, we'll have this one give 2.5 votes for whether this one should turn on. And that would be a little bit of learning. So these two different copies of the same neural net are getting different experiences. They're looking at different data, but they're sharing what they've learned by averaging their weights together. And they can do that averaging at you can average 1 trillion weights. When you and I transfer information, we're limited to the amount of information in a sentence. And the amount of information in a sentence is maybe 100 bits. It's very little information. We're lucky if we're transferring like 10 bits a second. These things are transferring trillions of bits a second. So they're billions of times better than us at sharing information. And that's because they're digital, and you can have 2 bits of hardware using the connection strengths in exactly the same way. We're analog and you can't do that. Your brain's different from my brain. And if I could see the connection strengths between all your neurons, it wouldn't do me any good because my neurons work slightly differently and they're connected up slightly differently. So when you die, all your knowledge dies with you. When these things die, suppose you take these 2 digital intelligences that are clones of each other and you destroy the hardware they run on. As long as you've stored the connection strength somewhere, you can just build new hardware that executes the same instructions, so it'll know how to use those connection strengths, and you've recreated that intelligence. So they're immortal. We've actually solved the problem of immortality, but it's only for digital things.
So it will essentially know everything that humans know, but more, because it will learn new things.
It will learn new things. It will also see all sorts of analogies that people probably never saw. So, for example, at the point when GPT-4 couldn't look on the web, I asked it, why is a compost heap like an atom bomb? Off you go. Why is a compost heap like an atom bomb?
Compost heap?
Off you go.
I have no idea.
Exactly. Excellent. That's exactly what most people would say. It said, well, the time scales are very different and the energy scales are very different. But then it went on to talk about how a compost heap, as it gets hotter, generates heat faster. And an atom bomb, as it produces more neutrons, generates neutrons faster. And so they're both chain reactions, but at very different time and energy scales. And I believe GPT-4 had seen that during its training. It had understood the analogy between a compost heap and an atom bomb. And the reason I believe that is, if you've only got 1 trillion connections, remember you have 100 trillion, and you need to have thousands of times more knowledge than a person, you need to compress information into those connections. And to compress information, you need to see analogies between different things. In other words, it needs to see all the things that are chain reactions and understand the basic idea of a chain reaction and code that, and then code the ways in which they're different. And that's just a more efficient way of coding things than coding each of them separately. So it's seen many, many analogies, probably many analogies that people have never seen. That's why I also think that people who say these things will never be creative, they're going to be much more creative than us, because they're going to see all sorts of analogies we never saw. And a lot of creativity is about seeing strange analogies.
People are somewhat romantic about the specialness of what it is to be human. And you hear lots of people saying it's very, very different. It's a computer. We are, we're conscious. We are creatives. We have these sort of innate, unique abilities that the computers will never have. What do you say to those people?
I'd argue a bit with the innate. So the first thing I say is we have a long history of believing people were special. And we should have learned by now. We thought we were at the center of the universe. We thought we were made in the image of God. White people thought they were very special. We just tend to want to think we're special. My belief is that more or less everyone has a completely wrong model of what the mind is. Let's suppose I drink a lot or I drop some acid, and not recommended. And I say to you, I have the subjective experience of little pink elephants floating in front of me. Most people interpret that as there's some kind of inner theatre called the mind, and only I can see what's in my mind. And in this inner theatre, there's little pink elephants floating around. So in other words, what's happened is my perceptual system's gone wrong, and I'm trying to indicate to you how it's gone wrong and what it's trying to tell me. And the way I do that is by telling you what would have to be out there in the real world for it to be telling the truth. And so these little pink elephants, they're not in some inner theatre. These little pink elephants are hypothetical things in the real world. And that's my way of telling you how my perceptual system's telling me fibs. So now let's do that with a chatbot.
Yeah.
Because I believe that current multimodal chatbots have subjective experiences. And very few people believe that, but I'll try and make you believe it. So suppose I have a multimodal chatbot. It's got a robot arm so it can point, and it's got a camera so it can see things. And I put an object in front of it, and I say, point at the object. It goes like this, no problem. Then I put a prism in front of its lens. And so then I put an object in front of it, and I say, point at the object, and it goes there. Good. And I say, no, that's not where the object is. The object's actually straight in front of you, but I put a prism in front of your lens. And the chatbot says, oh, I see, the prism bent the light rays, so the object's actually there, but I had the subjective experience that it was there. Now, if the chatbot says that, it's using the word subjective experience exactly the way people use them. It's an alternative view of what's going on. They're hypothetical states of the world, which, if they were true, would mean my perceptual system wasn't lying. And that's the best way I can tell you what my perceptual system's doing when it's lying to me. Now, we need to go further to deal with sentience and consciousness and feelings and emotions. But I think in the end, they're all going to be dealt with in a similar way. There's no reason machines can't have them all. But people say machines can't have feelings. And people are curiously confident about that. I have no idea why. Suppose I make a battle robot, and it's a little battle robot, and it sees a big battle robot that's much more powerful than it. It would be really useful if it got scared. Now, when I get scared, various physiological things happen that we don't need to go into, and those won't happen with the robot. But all the cognitive things, like I better get the hell out of here, and I better sort of change my way of thinking so I focus and focus and focus and don't get distracted, all of that will happen with robots too. People will build in things so that they, when the circumstances are such they should get the hell out of there, they get scared and run away. They'll have emotions then. They won't have the physiological aspects, but they will have all the cognitive aspects. And I think it would be odd to say they're just simulating emotions. No, they're really having those emotions. The little robot got scared and ran away.
It's not running away because of adrenaline, it's running away because of a sequence of sort of neurological, in its neural net, processes happened, which
have the equivalent effect to adrenaline.
So do you
and
think...
it's not just adrenaline, right? There's a lot of cognitive stuff goes on when you get scared.
Yeah. So do you think that there is conscious AI? And when I say conscious, I mean that represents the same properties of consciousness that a human has.
There's two issues here. There's a sort of empirical one and a philosophical one. I don't think there's anything in principle that stops machines from being conscious. I'll give you a little demonstration of that before we carry on. Suppose I take your brain, and I take one brain cell in your brain, and I replace it by, this is a bit Black Mirror-like, I replace it by a little piece of nanotechnology that's just the same size, that behaves in exactly the same way when it gets pings from other neurons. It sends out pings just as the brain cell would have. So the other neurons don't know anything's changed. Okay, I've just replaced one of your brain cells with this little piece of nanotechnology. Would you still be conscious?
Yeah.
Now you can see where this argument's going.
Yeah. So if you replaced all of them.
As I replace them all, at what point do you stop being conscious?
Well, people think of consciousness as this like ethereal thing that exists maybe beyond the brain cells.
Yeah, well, people have a lot of crazy ideas. People don't know what consciousness is, and they often don't know what they mean by it. And then they fall back on saying, well, I know it because I've got it, and I can see that I've got it. And they fall back on this theatre model of the mind, which I think is nonsense.
What do you think of consciousness as, if you had to try and define it? Is it, because I think of it as just like the awareness of myself, I don't know.
I think it's a term we'll stop using. Suppose you want to understand how a car works. Well, you know, some cars have a lot of oomph, and other cars have a lot less oomph. Like an Aston Martin's got lots of oomph, and a little Toyota Corolla doesn't have much oomph. But oomph isn't a very good concept for understanding cars. If you want to understand cars, you need to understand about electric engines or petrol engines and how they work. And it gives rise to oomph, but oomph isn't a very useful explanatory concept. It's the kind of essence of a car. It's the essence of an Aston Martin, but it doesn't explain much. I think consciousness is like that. And I think we'll stop using that term. But I don't think there's any reason why a machine shouldn't have it. If your view of consciousness is that it intrinsically involves self-awareness, then the machine's got to have self-awareness. It's got to have cognition about its own cognition and stuff. But I'm a materialist through and through, and I don't think there's any reason why a machine shouldn't have consciousness.
Do you think they do, then, have the same consciousness that we think of ourselves as being uniquely given as a gift when we're born?
I'm ambivalent about that at present. So I don't think there's this hard line. I think as soon as you have a machine that has some self-awareness, it's got some consciousness. I think it's an emergent property of a complex system. It's not a sort of essence that's throughout the universe. It's, you make this really complicated system that's complicated enough to have a model of itself, and it does perception. And I think then you're beginning to get a conscious machine. So I don't think there's any sharp distinction between what we've got now and conscious machines. I don't think it's going to, one day we're going to wake up and say, hey, if you put this special chemical in, it becomes conscious. It's not going to be like that.
I think we all wonder if these computers are like thinking like we are on their own when we're not there, and if they're experiencing emotions, if they're contending with. I think we probably, you know, we think about things like love and things that feel unique to biological species. Are they sat there thinking? Are they? Do they have concerns?
I think they really are thinking, and I think as soon as you make AI agents, they will have concerns. If you wanted to make an effective AI agent, suppose let's take a call center. In a call center, you have people at present. They have all sorts of emotions and feelings, which are kind of useful. So suppose I call up the call center, and I'm actually lonely, and I don't actually want to know the answer to why my computer isn't working. I just want somebody to talk to. After a while, the person in the call center will either get bored or get annoyed with me and will terminate it. Well, you replace them by an AI agent. The AI agent needs to have the same kind of responses. If someone's just called up because they just want to talk to the AI agent and we're happy to talk for the whole day to the AI agent, that's not good for business. And you want an AI agent that either gets bored or gets irritated and says, I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this. And once it does that, I think it's got emotions. Now, like I say, emotions have two aspects to them. There's the cognitive aspect and the behavioral aspect, and then there's the physiological aspect. And those go together with us. And if the AI agent gets embarrassed, it won't go red.
Yeah. So there's no physiological.
And its skin won't start sweating.
Yeah.
But it might have all the same behavior. And in that case, I'd say, yeah, it's having emotion. It's got an emotion.
So it's going to have the same sort of cognitive thought, and then it's going to act upon that cognitive
in
thought.
The same way, but without the physiological responses.
And does that matter? That it doesn't go red in the face, and it's just a different, I mean, that's a response to the
It makes it somewhat different from us.
Yeah.
For some things, the physiological aspects are very important, like love. They're a long way from having love the same way we do. But I don't see why they shouldn't have emotions. So I think what's happened is people have a model of how the mind works and what feelings are and what emotions are, and their model is just wrong.
What brought you to Google? You worked at Google for about a decade, right?
Yeah.
What brought you there?
I have a son who has learning difficulties. And in order to be sure he would never be out on the street, I needed to get several $1 million. And I wasn't going to get that as an academic. I tried. So I taught a Coursera course in the hope that I'd make lots of money that way, but there was no money in that. So I figured out, well, the only way to get millions of dollars is to sell myself to a big company. And so when I was 65, fortunately for me, I had two brilliant students who produced something called AlexNet, which was a neural net that was very good at recognizing objects and images. And so
That's YOLO.
Ilya and Alex and I set up a little company and auctioned it. And we actually set up an auction where we had a number of big companies bidding for us.
And that company was called AlexNet.
No, the network that recognized objects was called AlexNet. The company was called DNN Research, Deep Neural Network Research.
And it was doing things like this. I'll put this graph up on the
that's,
screen.
That's AlexNet.
This picture shows 8 images, and AlexNet's ability, which is your company's ability, to spot what was in those images.
Yeah. So it could tell the difference between various kinds of mushroom. And about 12% of ImageNet is dogs. And to be good at ImageNet, you have to tell the difference between very similar kinds of dog. And we've got to be very good at that.
And your company, AlexNet, won several awards, I believe, for its ability to outperform its competitors. And so Google ultimately ended up acquiring your technology.
Google acquired that technology and some other technology.
And you went to work at Google at age, what, 66?
I went at age 65 to work at Google.
65. And you left at age 76?
75.
75, okay.
I worked there for more or less exactly 10 years.
And what were you doing there?
Okay, they were very nice to me. They said pretty much you can do what you like. I worked on something called distillation that did really work well.
Oh.
And I worked on something called distillation that did really work well. And that's now used all the time.
In AI.
In AI. And distillation is a way of taking what a big model knows, a big neural net knows, and getting that knowledge into a small neural net. Then at the end, I got very interested in analog computation and whether it would be possible to get these big language models running in analog hardware so they used much less energy. And it was while I was doing that work that I began to really realize how much better digital is for sharing information.
Was there a eureka moment?
There was a eureka month or two. And it was a sort of coupling of ChatGPT coming out, although Google had very similar things a year earlier. And I'd seen those, and that had a big effect on me. The closest I had to a eureka moment was when a Google system called Palm was able to say why a joke was funny. And I'd always thought of that as a kind of landmark. If it can say why a joke's funny, it really does understand. And it could say why a joke was funny. And that coupled with realizing why digital is so much better than analog for sharing information suddenly made me very interested in AI safety and that these things were going to get a lot smarter than us.
Why did you leave Google?
The main reason I left Google was because I was 75 and I wanted to retire. I've done a very bad job of that. The precise timing of when I left Google was so that I could talk freely at a conference at MIT. But I left because I'm old and I was finding it harder to program. I was making many more mistakes when I programmed, which was very annoying.
You wanted to talk freely at a conference at MIT?
Yes, at MIT, organized by MIT Tech Review.
What did you want to talk about freely?
AI safety.
And you couldn't do that while you were at Google?
Well, I could have done it while I was at Google, and Google encouraged me to stay and work on AI safety and said I could do whatever I liked on AI safety. You kind of censor yourself. If you work for a big company, you don't feel right saying things that'll damage the big company. Even if you could get away with it, it just feels wrong to me. I didn't leave because I was cross with anything Google was doing. I think Google actually behaved very responsibly. When they had these big chatbots, they didn't release them. Possibly because they were worried about their reputation. They had a very good reputation and they didn't want to damage it. So OpenAI didn't have a reputation, and so they could afford to take the gamble.
I mean, there's also a big conversation happening around how it will cannibalize their core business in search.
There is now, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the old innovator's dilemma to some degree, I guess,
Exactly.
that they're
Yes, it is.
contending with. Bad skin, I've had it, and I'm sure many
Jesus
of you listening
Christ.
have had it too. Or maybe presenting. So if you want to call types of individuals that listen, I will speak to you then. I'm continually shocked by the types of individuals that listen to this conversation because they come up to me sometimes. So I hear from politicians, I hear from some rural people, I hear from entrepreneurs all over the world, whether they are the entrepreneurs building some of the biggest companies in the world or they're, early stage startups. For those people that are listening to this conversation now, that are in positions of power and influence, world leaders, let's say, what's your message to them?
I'd say what you need is highly regulated capitalism. That's what seems to work best.
And what would you say to the average person? Doesn't work in the industry, somewhat concerned about the future, doesn't know if they're helpless or not. What should they be doing in their own lives?
My feeling is there's not much they can do. This isn't going to be decided by, just as climate change isn't going to be decided by people separating out the plastic bags from the compostables. That's not going to have much effect. It's going to be decided by whether the lobbyists for the big energy companies can be kept under control. I don't think there's much people can do to, except for try and pressure their governments to force the big companies to work on AI safety. That they can do.
You've lived a fascinating winding life. I think one of the things most people don't know about you is that your family has a big history of being involved in tremendous things. You have a family tree, which is one of the most impressive that I've ever seen or read about. Your great-great-grandfather, George Bull, founded the Boolean algebra logic, which is one of the foundational principles of modern computer science.
Really?
You have your great-great-grandmother, Mary Everest Bull, who was a mathematician and educator who made huge leaps forward in mathematics from what I was able to ascertain. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, your great-great-uncle, George Everest, is what Mount Everest is named after. Is that correct?
I think he's my great-great-great-uncle. His niece married George Bull. So Mary Bull was Mary Everest Bull. She was the niece of Everest.
And your first cousin once removed, Joan Hinton, was involved in a nuclear physicist who worked on the Manhattan Project, which is the World War II development of the first nuclear bomb.
Yeah, she was one of the 2 female physicists at Los Alamos. And then, after they dropped the bomb, she moved to China.
Why?
She was very cross with them dropping the bomb, and her family had a lot of links with China. Her mother was friends with Chairman Mao. Quite weird.
When you look back at your life, Jeffrey, with the hindsight you have now and the retrospective clarity, what might you have done differently if you were advising me?
I guess I have 2 pieces of advice. One is, if you have an intuition that people are doing things wrong and there's a better way to do things, don't give up on that intuition just because people say it's silly. Don't give up on the intuition until you've figured out why it's wrong. Figured out for yourself why that intuition isn't correct. And usually it's wrong if it disagrees with everybody else, and you'll eventually figure out why it's wrong. But just occasionally you'll have an intuition that's actually right and everybody else is wrong. And I lucked out that way. Early on I thought neural nets are definitely the way to go to make AI. And almost everybody said that was crazy. And I stuck with it because it just seemed to me it was obviously right. Now, the idea that you should stick with your intuitions isn't going to work if you have bad intuitions. But if you have bad intuitions, you're never going to do anything anyway, so you might as well stick with them.
And in your own career journey, is there anything you look back on and say, with the hindsight I have now, I should have taken a different approach at that juncture?
I wish I'd spent more time with my wife. And with my children when they were little. I was kind of obsessed with work.
Your wife passed away?
Yeah.
From ovarian cancer?
No, or that was another wife.
Okay.
I had two cancer. No, or that was another wife.
Okay.
I had two wives die of cancer.
Oh, really? Sorry.
The first one died of ovarian cancer, and the second one died of pancreatic cancer.
Damn.
And you wish you'd spent more time with her?
With the second wife, yeah, who was a wonderful person.
Why do you say that in your 70s? What is it that you've figured out that I might not know yet?
Oh, just because she's gone and I can't spend more time with her now.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't know that at the time. At
the time, you think, I mean, it was likely I would die before her just because she was a woman and I was a man. I just didn't spend enough time when I could.
I think I inquire there because I think there's many of us that are so consumed with what we're doing professionally that we kind of assume immortality with our partners because they've always been there. So we,
yeah.
I mean,
but she was very supportive of me spending a lot of time working.
And why do you say your children as well? What's the
Well, I didn't spend enough time with them when they were little.
And you regret that now?
Yeah.
If you had a closing message for my listeners about AI and AI safety, what would that be, Jeffrey?
There's still a chance that we can figure out how to develop AI that won't want to take over from us. And because there's a chance, we should put enormous resources into trying to figure that out. Because if we don't, it's going to take over.
And are you hopeful?
I just don't know. I'm agnostic.
You must get in bed at night, and when you're thinking to yourself about probabilities of outcomes, there must be a bias in one direction, because there certainly is for me. I mean, imagine everyone listening now has a internal prediction that they might not say out loud, but of how they think it's going to play out.
I really don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it's incredibly uncertain. When I'm feeling slightly depressed, I think people are toast. The AI is going to take over. When I'm feeling cheerful, I think we'll figure out a way.
Maybe one of the facets of being a human is because we've always been here, like we were saying about our loved ones and our relationships, we assume casually that we will always be here and we'll always figure everything out. But there's a beginning and an end to everything, as we saw from the dinosaurs. I mean,
yeah. And we have to face the possibility that unless we do something soon, we're near the end.
We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question in their diary. And the question that they've left for you is, with everything that you see ahead of us, what is the biggest threat you see to human happiness?
I think the joblessness
ahead of us. What is the biggest threat you see to human happiness?
I think the joblessness is a fairly urgent short-term threat to human happiness. I think if you make lots and lots of people unemployed, even if they get universal basic income, they're not going to be happy.
Because they need purpose.
Because they need purpose, yes.
And struggle.
They need to feel they're contributing something, they're useful.
And do you think that outcome, that there's going to be huge job displacement, is more probable than not?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
And what sort of
that one I think is definitely more probable than not. If I worked in a call center, I'd be terrified.
And what's the time frame for that in terms of mass job
I think it's beginning to happen already.
2 or 3 years.
I read an article in the Atlantic recently that said it's already getting hard for university graduates to get jobs. And part of that may be that people are already using AI for the jobs they would have got.
I spoke to the CEO of a major company that everyone will know of, lots of people use, and he said to me in DMs that they used to have just over 7,000 employees. He said by last year they were down to, I think, 5,000. He said right now they have 3,600.
Holy shit.
By the end of summer, because of AI agents, they'll be down to 3,000.
So it's happening already?
Yes. He's halved his workforce because AI agents can now handle 80% of the customer service inquiries. And
that's wild.
So it's happening already.
Yeah.
So urgent action is needed.
Yep.
I don't know what that urgent action is.
That's a tricky one because that depends very much on the political system. And political systems are all going in the wrong direction at present.
What do we need to do? Save up money? Like, do we save money? Do we move to another part of the world?
I don't know.
What would you tell your kids to do? They said, Dad, like, there's going to be loads of job displacement.
Because I worked for Google for 10 years, they have enough money.
Okay, fine.
So they're not for Google for 10 years, they have enough money.
Based, he did say that was the reason why he went to Google. So even his child, who might have difficulty learning, wouldn't need to get a job if he didn't have to. He did say that. He did say that. So it worked. The plan worked.
Okay, fine.
So they're not typical.
What if they didn't have money?
Trained to be a plumber.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. You're the first Nobel Prize winner that I've ever had a conversation with, I think, in my life. So that's a tremendous honor. And you received that award for a lifetime of exceptional work in pushing the world forward in so many profound ways that will lead to great, and that have led to great advancements and things that matter so much to us. And now you've turned this season in your life to shining a light on some of your own work, but also on the broader risks of AI and how it might impact us adversely. And there's very few people that have worked inside the machine of a Google or a big tech company that have contributed to the field of AI that are now at the very forefront of warning us against the very thing that they worked upon.
There are actually a surprising number of us now.
They're not as public, and they're actually quite hard to get to have these kinds of conversations because many of them are still in that industry. So, you know, someone who tries to contact these people often and invites them to have conversations, they often are a little bit hesitant to speak openly. So they speak privately, but they're less willing to openly because maybe they still have some sort of incentives at play.
I have an advantage over them, which is I'm older, so I'm unemployed, so I can say what I like.
Well, there you go. So thank you for doing what you do. It's a real honor, and please do continue to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
People think I'm joking when I say that, but I'm not.
The plumbing thing.
Yeah. And plumbers are pretty well paid.
Yeah, this was a good interview. Holy shit. Definitely leaves you with a lot of food for thought. Yeah, this guy has some banger guests. And like recently he's interviewed a lot of like AI experts. So that's pretty interesting and relevant to me. Releasing this one actually. Oh, back.
You've been working on AI safety for 2 decades at least.
Yeah, I was convinced we can make safe AI, but the more I looked at it, the more I realized it's not something we can actually do.
You have made a series of predictions about a variety of different dates. So what is your prediction for 2027?
Dr. Roman Yampolsky is a globally recognized voice on AI safety and associate professor of computer science.
He educates people on the terrifying truth of AI
and what we need to do to save humanity.
In 2 years, the capability to replace most humans and most occupations will come very quickly. I mean, in 5 years, we're looking at a world where we have levels of unemployment we've never seen before. Not talking about 10%, but 99%. And that's without superintelligence, a system smarter than all.
My fucking god, dude, no.
Humans in all domains. So it would be better than us at making new AI. But it's worse than that. We don't know how to make them safe. And yet we still have the smartest people in the world competing to win the race to superintelligence.
But what do you make of people like Sam Altman's journey with AI?
So a decade ago, we published guardrails for how to do AI right. They violated every single one. And he's gambling 8 billion lives on getting richer and more powerful. So I guess some people want to go to Mars, others want to control the universe. But it doesn't matter who builds it. The moment you switch to superintelligence, we will most likely regret it terribly.
And then by 2045...
Now this is where it gets interesting.
Dr. Roman Yampolsky. Let's talk about simulation theory.
I think we are in one. And there is a lot of agreement on this. And this is what you should be doing in it, so we don't shut it down. First,
I see messages all the time in the comment section that some of you didn't realize you didn't subscribe. So if you could do me a favor and double check if you're a subscriber to this channel, that would be tremendously appreciated. It's the simple, it's the free thing that anybody that watches this show frequently can do to help us here, to keep everything going in this show in the trajectory it's on. So please do double check if you subscribed, and thank you so much, because in a strange way, you're part of our history and you're on this journey with us, and I appreciate you for that. So yeah, thank you. Dr. Roman Yampolsky. What is the mission that you're currently on? Because it's quite clear to me that you are on a bit of a mission, and you've been on this mission for, I think, the best part of 2 decades at least.
I'm hoping to make sure that superintelligence we are creating right now does not kill everyone.
Give me some context on that statement, because it's quite a shocking statement.
Sure. So in the last decade, we actually figured out how to make artificial intelligence better. Turns out, if you add more compute, more data, it just kind of becomes smarter. And so now, smartest people in the world, billions of dollars, all going to create the best possible superintelligence we can. Unfortunately, while we know how to make those systems much more capable, we don't know how to make them safe. How to make sure they don't do something we will regret. And that's the state of the art right now. Then we look at just prediction markets. How soon will we get to advanced AI? The timelines are very short, a couple of years, 2-3 years, according to prediction markets, according to CEOs of top labs. And at the same time, we don't know how to make sure that those systems are aligned with our preferences. So we are creating this alien intelligence. If aliens were coming to Earth and you had 3 years to prepare, you would be panicking right now. But most people don't even realize this is happening.
So some of the counter arguments might be, well, these are very, very smart people. These are very big companies with lots of money. They have a obligation, and a moral obligation, but also just a legal obligation to make sure they do no harm. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
The only obligation they have is to make money for the investors. That's the legal obligation they have. They have no moral or ethical obligations. Also, according to them, they don't know how to do it yet. The state-of-the-art answers are, we'll figure it out when we get there, or AI will help us control more advanced AI. That's insane.
In terms of probability, what do you think is the probability that something goes catastrophically wrong?
So nobody can tell you for sure what's going to happen. But if you're not in charge, you're not controlling it, you will not get outcomes you want. The space of possibilities is almost infinite. The space of outcomes we will like is tiny.
And who are you and how long have you been working on this?
I'm a computer scientist by training. I have a PhD in computer science and engineering. I probably started work in AI safety, mildly defined as control of bots at the time, 15 years ago.
15 years ago? So you've been working on AI safety before it was cool?
Before the term existed, I coined the term AI safety.
So you're the founder of the term AI safety?
The term, yes, not the field. There are other people who did brilliant work before I got there.
Why were you thinking about this 15 years ago? Because most people have only been talking about the term AI safety for the last 2 or 3 years.
It started very mildly just as a security project. I was looking at poker bots, and I realized that the bots are getting better and better. And if you just project this forward enough, they're going to get better than us, smarter, more capable. And it happened. They are playing poker way better than average players. But more generally, it will happen with all other domains, all the other cyber resources. I wanted to make sure AI is a technology which is beneficial for everyone. So I started work on making AI safer.
Was there a particular moment in your career where you thought, oh my God?
First 5 years at least, I was working on solving this problem. I was convinced we can make this happen. We can make safe AI. And that was the goal. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized every single component of that equation is not something we can actually do. And the more you zoom in, it's like a fractal. You go in and you find 10 more problems, and then 100 more problems. And all of them are not just difficult, they're impossible to solve. There is no seminal work in this field where, like, we solved this, we don't have to worry about this. There are patches. There are little fixes we put in place, and quickly people find ways to work around them. They jailbreak whatever safety mechanisms we have. So while progress in AI capabilities is exponential, or maybe even hyper-exponential, progress in AI safety is linear or constant. The gap is increasing.
The gap between
how capable the systems are and how well we can control them, predict what they're going to do, explain their decision making.
I think this is quite an important point, because you said that we're basically patching over the issues that we find. So we're developing this core intelligence, and then to stop it doing things, or to stop it showing some of its unpredictability or its threats, the companies that are developing this AI are programming in code over the top to say, okay, don't swear, don't say that rude word, don't do that bad thing.
Exactly. And you can look at other examples of that. So HR manuals, right? We have those humans, they're general intelligences, but you want them to behave in a company. So they have a policy, no sexual harassment, no this, no that. But if you're smart enough, you always find a workaround. So you're just pushing behavior into a different, not yet restricted subdomain.
We should probably define some terms here. So there's narrow intelligence, which can play chess or whatever. There's the artificial general intelligence, which can operate across domains. And then super intelligence, which is smarter than all humans in all domains. And where are we?
So that's a very fuzzy boundary, right? We definitely have many excellent narrow systems, no question about it. And they are super intelligent in that narrow domain. So protein folding is a problem which was solved using narrow AI, and it's superior.
Protein folding.
To all humans in that domain. In terms of AGI, again, I said, if we showed what we have today to a scientist from 20 years ago, they would be convinced we have full-blown AGI. We have systems which can learn, they can perform in hundreds of domains, and they're better than human in many of them. So you can argue we have a weak version of AGI. Now, we don't have superintelligence yet. We still have brilliant humans who are completely dominating AI, especially in science and engineering. But that gap is closing so fast. You can see, especially in the domain of mathematics. 3 years ago, large language models couldn't do basic algebra.
Yep.
Multiplying 3-digit numbers was a challenge. Now they're helping with mathematical proofs. They're winning mathematics Olympiads, competitions. They are working on solving millennial problems, hardest problems in mathematics. So in 3 years, we closed the gap from subhuman performance to better than most mathematicians in the world. And we see the same process happening in science and in engineering.
You have made a series of predictions, and they correspond to a variety of different dates. And I have those dates in front of me here. What is your prediction for the year 2027?
We're probably looking at AGI as predicted by prediction markets and tops of the labs.
So we'd have artificial general intelligence by 2027. And how would that make the world different to how it is now?
So if you have this concept of a drop-in employee, you have free labor, physical and cognitive, trillions of dollars of it. It makes no sense to hire humans for most jobs. If I can just get, a $20 subscription or a free model to do what an employee does, first, anything on a computer will be automated. And next, I think humanoid robots are maybe 5 years behind. So in 5 years, all the physical labor can also be automated. So we're looking at a world where we have levels of unemployment we've never seen before. I'm not talking about 10% unemployment, which is scary, but 99%. All you have left is jobs where, for whatever reason, you prefer another human would do it for you. But anything else can be fully automated. It doesn't mean it will be automated in practice. A lot of times, technology exists, but it's not deployed. Video phones were invented in the 70s. Nobody had them until iPhones came around. So we may have a lot more time with jobs and with world which looks like this. But capability to replace most humans and most occupations will come very quickly.
Okay, so let's try and drill down into that and stress test it. So, a podcaster like me, would you need a podcaster like me?
No.
So let's look at what you do. You prepare, you ask questions, you ask follow-up questions, and you look good on camera.
Thank you so much.
Let's see what we can do. Large language model today can easily read everything I wrote
exactly.
and have very solid understanding.
Exactly.
I assume you haven't read every single one of my books. That thing would do it. It can train on every podcast you ever did, so it knows exactly your style, the types of questions you ask. It can also...
And with the presentation part, you can just have a digital twin, a digital human. You can easily generate one with Stable Diffusion and whatnot, and you can animate it with, again, just visual models. And it will be able to do things like lip sync, kind of like a VTuber model. You can do all that with AI. So, yes, not only can the ideas and the preparation be done with AI, so can the presentation be replaced with AI.
Find correspondence between what worked really well, like this type of question really increased views, this type of topic was very promising, so you can optimize, I think, better than you can because you don't have a data set. Of course, visual simulation is trivial at this point.
Yes.
So you can make a video within seconds of me sat here and...
So we can generate videos of you interviewing anyone on any topic very efficiently, and you just have to get likeness approval, whatever.
Are there many jobs that you think would remain in a world of AGI? If you're saying AGI is potentially going to be here, whether it's deployed or not, by 2027, what kind... And then, okay, so let's take out of this any physical labor jobs for a second. Are there any jobs that you think a human would be able to do better in a world of AGI still?
So that's the question I often ask people. In a world with AGI, and I think almost immediately we'll get superintelligence as a side effect. So the question really is, in a world of superintelligence, which is defined as better than all humans in all domains, what can you contribute? And so you know better than anyone what it's like to be you. You know what ice cream tastes to you. Can you get paid for that knowledge? Is someone interested in that? Maybe not a big market. There are jobs where you want a human. Maybe you're rich and you want a human accountant for whatever historic reasons. Old people like traditional ways of doing things. Warren Buffett would not switch to AI. He would use his human accountant. But it's a tiny subset of a market.
Yep.
Today we have products which are man-made in US as opposed to mass-produced in China. And some people pay more to have those. But it's a small subset. It's almost a fetish. There is no practical reason for it. And I think anything you can do on a computer could be automated using that technology.
You must hear a lot of rebuttals to this when you say it, because people experience a huge amount of mental discomfort when they hear that their job, their career, the thing they got a degree in, the thing they invested $100,000 into is going to be taken away from them. So their natural reaction, for some people, is that cognitive dissonance that, no, you're wrong, AI can't be creative, it's not this, it's not that, it'll never be interested in my job, I'll be fine because. You hear these arguments all the time, right?
It's really funny. I ask people, and I ask people in different occupations. I'll ask my Uber driver, are you worried about self-driving cars? And they go, no. No one can do what I do. I know the streets of New York. I can navigate like no AI. I'm safe. And it's true for any job. Professors are saying this to me. Oh, nobody can lecture like I do. Like, this is so special. But you understand it's ridiculous. We already have self-driving cars replacing drivers. That is not even a question if it's possible. It's like, how soon before you fired?
Yeah, I mean, I've just been in LA yesterday, and my car drives itself. So I get in the car, I put in where I want to go, and then I don't touch the steering wheel or the brake pedals, and it takes me from A to B, even if it's an hour-long drive without any intervention at all. I actually still park it, but other than that, I'm not driving the car at all. I mean, obviously in LA we also have Waymo now, which means you order it on your phone, and it shows up with no driver in it and takes you to where you want to go.
Oh yeah.
So it's quite clear to see how that is potentially a matter of time. For those people, because we do have some of those people listening to this conversation right now, that their occupation is driving, to offer them and I think driving is the biggest occupation in the world, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure it is the biggest occupation in the world.
Would be one of the top ones, yeah.
What would you say to those people? What should they be doing with their lives? Should they be retraining in something, or what time frame?
So that's the paradigm shift here. Before, we always said this job is going to be automated, retrained to do this other job. But if I'm telling you that all jobs will be automated, then there is no plan B. You cannot retrain. Look at computer science. 2 years ago, we told people, learn to code. You are an artist, you cannot make money, learn to code. Then we realized, oh, AI kind of knows how to code and getting better. Become a prompt engineer. You can engineer prompts for AI, it's going to be a great job, get a 4-year degree in it. But then we're like, AI is way better at designing prompts for other AIs than any human. So that's gone. So I can't really tell you right now the hardest thing is design AI agents for practical applications. I guarantee you.
But that's actually digging your own hole. And AI is gonna get better at doing that than you do. Holy shit, it's so fucking doomed.
A year or two, it's gonna be gone just as well. So I don't think there is this occupation needs to learn to do this instead. I think it's more like we as a humanity, then we all lose our jobs. What do we do? What do we do financially? Who's paying for us? And what do we do in terms of meaning? What do I do with my extra 60, 80 hours a week?
Yeah.
You've thought around this corner, haven't you?
A little bit.
What is around that corner, in your view?
So the economic part seems easy. If you create a lot of free labor, you have a lot of free wealth, abundance, things which are right now not very affordable become dirt cheap, and so you can provide for everyone basic needs. Some people say you can provide beyond basic needs, you can provide very good existence for everyone. The hard problem is, what do you do with all that free time? For a lot of people, their jobs are what gives them meaning in their life, so they would be kind of lost. We see it with people who retire or do early retirement. And for so many people who hate their jobs, they'll be very happy not working. But now you have people who are chilling all day. What happens to society? How does that impact crime rate, pregnancy rate, all sorts of issues? Nobody thinks about. Governments don't have programs prepared to deal with 99% unemployment.
What do you think that world looks like?
Again, I think a very important part to understand here is the unpredictability of it. We cannot predict what a smarter than us system will do. And the point when we get to that is often called singularity, by analogy with physical singularity. You cannot see beyond the event horizon. I can tell you what I think might happen, but that's my prediction. It is not what actually is going to happen, because I just don't have cognitive ability to predict a much smarter agent impacting this world. Then you read science fiction. There is never a super intelligence in it actually doing anything, because nobody can write believable science fiction at that level. They either banned AI, like Dune, because this way you can avoid writing about it, or it's like Star Wars. You have this really dumb bots, but nothing super intelligent ever. Because by definition, you cannot predict at that level.
Because by definition of it being super intelligent, it will make its own mind up.
By definition, if it was something you could predict, you would be operating at the same level of intelligence, violating our assumption that it is smarter than you. If I'm playing chess with super intelligence and I can predict every move, I'm playing at that level.
It's kind of like my French bulldog trying to predict exactly what I'm thinking and what I'm going to do.
That's a good cognitive gap. And it's not just he can predict you going to work, you coming back, but he cannot understand why you're doing a podcast. That is something completely outside of his model of the world.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that I go to work. He just sees that I leave the house and doesn't know where I go.
Buy food for him.
What's the most persuasive argument against your own?
Oh my god. Alright. I think I'll pick this up later. Yeah, these series of podcasts is really good. They're also really important for raising awareness, I feel like, but it's hard to get this kind of content out to people because a lot of the times people are just like, oh, it's AI, I don't get it, so I'm not gonna consume anything related to it. Or they just look at the timestamp and they see, oh, 1.5 hours. Yeah, I'm not doing that shit. But yeah, I think raising awareness is really important. Oh no, does this guy turn these interview segments into shorts? Because he should. If the goal is really to spread awareness among like the younger generation or just society at large, you really need to do shorts. Yeah, it looks like he's doing it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's doing the. You can see the interview here.
You've been working on AI safety for 2 decades at least.
Yeah, I was convinced we can make safe AI, but the more I looked at it...
Oh, it's just the intro. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so he's doing some highlights on shorts. Yeah. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, these interviews are important and pretty insightful, but holy shit, they are depressing. Fucking hell. Especially for, like, people working in the field, too. It's like, you come to a point where you think to yourself, should I really be doing this as my job? On one hand, you're working yourself out of a job by advancing AI. And on the other hand, you're just ruining not just society, but your own life. Like, by, you know, recklessly pursuing these kind of advancements. Granted, to be fair, the stuff that we are doing might not be on a AGI scale. We are still pretty much focused on a local, narrow intelligence. Yeah. So this kind of like AI safety, these kind of research, more closely pertains to the bigger companies, right? Like Google, OpenAI, and, you know, the Chinese labs and all that kind of places. So it's kind of like, what's his name? Was it George or Jeff? Jeffrey. Yeah, it's kind of like what Jeffrey said. Right, Jeffrey Hinton. It's kind of like what he said. It's kind of, a lot of times it's none of that person's business. Whether it's because they're too old and it's no longer relevant to them, or whether it's because they cannot impact it in any way, shape, or form, except by lobbying, because, you know, realistically, only the people who are in positions of power within these big companies and the government have any control over the rate of AI growth. So a lot of times it's like a no-win situation, right? What's the saying? Do and you're damned. No. It's like do it or not. You're both like screwed either way. Yeah. An LLM will be able to figure out what what idiom I was going for. Yeah, and LLM will be more eloquent than any of us. And eventually it'll be able to think better than any of us too. That's crazy, man. You know how like every time in sci-fi movies or like, you know, like those sci-fi thrillers or sci-fi cautionary tales, you always have those scientists that make things that are way smarter than them, and then you're just sitting there watching the movie or reading the book and thinking, what a fucking dumbass, how can you not see that this is not gonna end well? And we're doing that right now. It's like, you can't write a more comedic, dramatic irony. Okay, like this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Oh well. It is what it is. A lot of times, well, yeah, I mean, according to Jeffrey, we should start training in physical labor if we want to secure a income, you know, in the years to come. I feel like a lot of times, or I feel like realistically, we can only pray that things go well. Not literally pray. I mean, I mean, if you're religious, you can do that, but that's more like saying there's nothing we can do, and we just have to write it out and hope that, you know, when we roll the saving throw as a race, we roll a 20, another one, or anything lower than a 19, right? Because in most scenarios, we are completely fucking screwed. We need a critical success in order to, on one hand, not have AI kill us all, right? That's the immediate bad end. And on the other, not for humanity to waste itself away. You know, interestingly, I was thinking about watching Technolize with Grant and Scott, and that might have themes that kind of coincide with the growth of AI and having, you know, incorporating more machinery, or even, I don't know if they have artificial intelligence in the show, but incorporating more technology into our lives and whatnot. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, well, today has been pretty productive. We have gotten a lot of crafting XP, banked and consumed. Yeah, we should be able to hit. This is a overestimate, right? Because it's still accounting for. Oh, let me just ignore them. Yeah, we'll be able to hit 78 crafting at this rate. Pretty good. Pretty good. Also finished this batch of molten glass. We'll hit 78 crafting, and then we'll use the poison chalice to boost to 79. Make the black d'hide vambrace. Finish the clue steps. Then do barrels. Then do moons. Then do more bosses. They make money. Hell yeah. And then we'll try to get a quest key. For the Lumbridge Diary task. Lumbridge Elite Diary task. So that we can use the fairy ring without the Drayman staff. Yeah. Alright, well, that's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna get off. So I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Maybe more sleep. If not, I might do some PoE or some League. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, so yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.